Happy Saturday. Hello. Okay. Hang on. Always got to get caught up first thing. How is everyone today? This lovely first Saturday in March, right? I know what month it is. Kind of, right? Okay, hold on. I know it should never be as difficult as it is to find the video over here on my iPad, but it is. Well, it really isn't. It's just me. Me, you know that song. I'm the problem, it's me. From Miss Taylor Swift. Okay, here we go. All right. I think we're ready. Good morning. We're a little crooked. You know, just the camera, not me. I'm not crooked, just the camera. Good morning, friends. Let's see who we have here. Good morning, Ms. L and Tracy's Treasures. Good morning, Sarah. Where Sarah is, it's rainy with a beautiful rainbow in LA. Lovely. Ooh, golly, that weird. Hi, Deborah. Nice to see you. Wanda. Oh, Wanda, you might want to check your email. I do believe that you were one of the 2 lucky winners from 2 weeks ago when we were together last. Wanda, congratulations. We'll talk about that in a sec. Excedrin I have to take, so hang tight. Good morning, Carol from rainy Maryland. Kelly, hello, Kelly. Jody from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Tracy, Elizabeth Stobbs. Nick Concar from my house. Gerda, hi Gerda from Texas. So excited to catch live again. Just have a good, let's have a good time like always. Yes, very excited. Very excited. Hi, Carolyn. Belinda, good morning. Lori said, good morning. My first time catching a live and not just watching the replay. Looking forward to it. Well, welcome to your first live, Lori. I love that for you. Hi, Belinda. Yo, Mama Dog, good morning, Carolyn. Heidi. I'm almost, I just was looking for something. Hi, Deborah. Nice to see you. And Joshua, if you're here. Hi, James, Susan. Carrie, good morning, Carrie. She's been looking forward to this. It's been a long week. So maybe you've had an amazing week and you're just like, this is the exclamation point to your amazing week. Or maybe you've had a long week like Carrie. Whatever it is, welcome. I hope that whether you're here with me just for a few minutes or an hour or the whole time, that you have a good time today, because I always do. Always. Hello, our Saps from snowy Okotoks, Alberta. Good morning. Corey, hello. Lori from Oakville, Canada. Sandy, good morning. Virginia Greco. From Barcelona. Oh yes, love that. So fun. Hi, Jen. And Glorianne from rainy Connecticut. Martine, good morning, Martine. Actually, I should say good afternoon to you because I know it is. Just let me get that fixed. I know it's afternoon for you in the Netherlands. Probably, let's see, 10, 11, late afternoon. Kind of almost early evening, right? Good morning, Dandy. Let's see. Deborah Beach Gal said, cold and dreary here in Seattle. Anyone surprised? Been working on my All About Me Trevor's notebook this week. Love that. Hi, Shay. Hi, Jen. 4 inches of snow in Spokane. Oh, my goodness. So it's probably about, the wind here is probably like 50 miles an hour. I live in Utah, suburb of Salt Lake City. So we get all 4 seasons, especially winter, and there's a huge storm blowing in. So if maybe you would, and when I say blowing in, literally it is blowing in. You may have seen some of the news reports this morning of some of the crazy snow hitting the mountains, or that hit the mountains in California. I think we saw something this morning about Truckee that had just so much snow, Truckee, California. So that is all headed this way. They're saying maybe 5 feet-ish in the mountains. Now, we live at the base of the mountains, but there is enough of a elevation, thank you, elevation change there that we won't see 5 feet, but we're going to see, I think, a nice coating of snow. We'll see. Because right now, the way that these weather storms come in to where we are in Utah, you know a storm is coming because it gets really warm the day before. So we're probably high 50s yesterday, which is very unusual. And then the crazy wind comes in, and then it snows. So there we are. Jen, be careful in that snow in Spokane. Hi, Kylie. Diana, let's see. Carolyn says dreary and cool in Mississippi. Let's see. Dink Fiorinia. Hello. Carolyn has to leave early. You're prepping for a cruise with Vicky. That will be so much fun. I'm excited for you. You'll love it. You'll love them all. KMC Stamper Christie, good morning from rainy California. I need to do this next one. um, Martine, yes, early evening. I was trying to do the math in my head. 6 hours. I mean, 6 p.m. And Virginia said in Spain, it's also 6 p.m. Beth said, oh, Beth, I'm so sorry, sweetie. Beth said, glad to be back watching. My husband passed away a month ago, so looking forward to some happy today. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Beth, I will tell you that you are not alone. First of all, the community here is amazing. There are a number of women here in our community that have lost spouses or partners. Someone that reached out to me, and I won't say who it is because that's not my information to share. But she reached out to me earlier this week, and she had a partner in her life pass away as well. So I'm so sorry to hear that. The only reason I bring up that you're not alone is because there are other people here that are going through that or have gone through that. So if in the chat, if someone happens to reach out and say, hey, I've been through that or going through that, and you're open to, striking up a conversation with that person outside of the chat, I think that is awesome. But just take care of yourself. Please take care of yourself, because that is, it's just, I can't even imagine how difficult that is. So thoughts and prayers with you. So sorry. So sorry. And I'm glad that you shared that with us. I truly am. I think that that may be helpful. But I also know it's helpful for other people in the group to hear that, in the community, people that are watching either live or on the replay to hear that, because then they know that they're not alone, and there's other people going through really hard things too. So thank you for sharing that. Valerie's also in Utah. Yes, wind gusts like crazy. Francis, good morning. Really rainy here in Northern California, between San Francisco and Sacramento. Yeah, it's headed our way, Francis. Carrie said yesterday they woke up to surprise 8 inches of snow. Carrie. You're Spokane too, aren't you? Or am I thinking of a different Carrie? Mary Lee, good morning. Still sick. The cough is now taken over, but looking forward to a little distraction for the next couple of hours. Oh, Mary Lee, those little first graders, they'll do it to you every time, won't they? I hope you're feeling better. I hope maybe now that you have the weekend to kind of recoup, hopefully. Good morning, Rosie from Colorado. Tracy's Treasure says, watching while I can as my daughter's playing video games with my grandson. Says they had a sleepover last night. That's so fun. Love that. Hi, Christina from Dallas. Let's see. Carolyn is reminding everyone, plug things in. We had a power outage, not weather related, in our neighborhood, on our street, earlier this week, 9 hours. Let's see. You guys, I love it. Everyone's sending, just very nice thoughts to, Beth, so thank you. Scrapbook Sister, good morning from, rainy Philadelphia. Mary J from Minnesota. Mary J Blige in the house. All right, friends. Carrie's in Montana. Okay, I'm thinking another Carrie. Good morning, Terry and Cheryl. Cheryl, I got your email yesterday, and Nita, if you were here as well. Yes, the class took place, and double check your junk spam folder. But when we're done this afternoon, I'll come back and send you that link anyway, just in case. Okay. Hi, Colleen. Nice to see you. Okay, so here we go. Welcome. Now that I've got that little kind of romper room greeting out of the way, right? Welcome, friends. If we haven't met before, my name is Layle Konkar, and on Saturdays, when I'm not traveling, we're here on my YouTube channel. We are approaching 4 years, four crazy years of this. All started the very first weekend of the pandemic. And we've done it every weekend since, rain or shine, as long as I'm in town. So I need to, this month, count how many times that we have been together, because 4 years, it's been a lot. But what do we do when we're here? I do something called creative listing. So a couple days before I publish on the blog, an email goes out, social media, links to the blog. I publish 3-ish, sometimes more, listing topics. And so we take those topics and we make a list. Now, we don't just make a boring old regular to-do list, or I don't. I like to add stamps and stickers and pattern paper, and we play and we experiment, and sometimes things are great. Sometimes things don't work so well, and I accidentally drop an ink pad on my project. But when things don't go so well, we talk about it. We talk about why. We talk about what maybe we should have done differently. We talk about, in some cases, why things work over here and not over here, and we just kind of learn. And a lot of times it's me learning with you, but a lot of times it's me just sharing all of the tips, tricks, and techniques that I've learned in, I don't know, the 27 years or so I've been scrapbooking, memory keeping, documenting, storytelling, journaling, whatever you want to call it. So that's what we do here on Saturdays. There is a live chat that takes place if you're watching live. And so that's how I'm greeting everyone and commenting and so forth. So if you feel like it, if you'd like to pop into the chat and say hello, it's always nice to know who's here and to greet you, and for others in the group and the community to greet you as well. So if you'd like to do that, that's awesome. If you're a brand new person, let's go this way. If you're a longtime listener, first time caller, right? You know what I mean there, like the talk radio. If you've been around for a while and you've never popped in the chat to say hello, just pop in and say hi. You want to tell us your name, where you're from? That's awesome. But if not, you can just say hi, first timer here. We love to see you. If you are here often, or if you've never been here, I'd also love it if you'd pop in and say hello. It's a great community. We have a lot of fun. This is basically an open house, okay? So I'm working. Some people are here the whole time. Some people can only stay a little bit. Some people pop in for the last half. Whatever it is, it's an open house. Just as if you were going to an open house, you don't have to worry about being late. Well, I guess if the open house is over, then you're kind of late. But there's really no start and stop time. Well, there is a stop time. You know what I mean. But you come and go as you please. And that is if you're watching live. If you're watching the replay, welcome to you. And if you didn't hear me say watching the replay, you really wouldn't know if this was live or if it was Memorex. Okay, so however you're watching, whenever you're watching, I'm just glad you're here. So thank you. As we're working, there will be lots of different products that I use. In the description box of the video down below, you'll find a ton of links. Okay, a ton of links. One of the main links is a link to my website and the page on my website of what I am using today. So that link is refreshed every week. So if you click on this video 2 years from now, you will not actually see what I'm using today. You will see what I'm, if that makes sense. Anyhow, but I always tell you what I'm using. You can find things on my website as long as they're not sold out in 2 years. All right, so there we go. There is a very important date that we need to discuss, friends. And that is, let me just look at my calendar. Well, it's really a dates, okay? Friday, March 22nd, Saturday, March 23rd, and Sunday, March 24th. As I mentioned earlier, 4-year anniversary of Listing with Layle, okay? 4-year anniversary of here on my YouTube channel. Kind of started at the very first weekend of the pandemic. So there'll be loads of fun things starting at, I think I said 8 a.m. Friday the 22nd. So you'll see an email go out earlier that week. That's an important email you want to keep an eye out for. So festivities start Friday morning, 9 a.m., 8 a.m. Pacific. All day Saturday, so that would be the 23rd. We'll do another all-day listing session, okay? So it'll be here on my YouTube channel. And then the festivities will kind of end Sunday at 11:59 p.m. or whatever. So save the date. Write that on your wall. Well, not on your wall, my wall calendar's right there. So write that on there. Write that on your calendar. Write it in your planner. Write it in your traveler's notebook. Put a sticky note on your fridge, whatever it is. Fun weekend ahead. All right, let's see. Terry said she was a little delayed. Do we have a cutoff time today? We do not, Terry. We are good. Thank you. There's always a handful of, well, everyone here is awesome. There's always a handful of you that are so good to keep an eye out for me. Terry's always our timekeeper, and Colleen is always remembering me to plug in once I flip the camera. And then there's lots of backups. So you guys seem to know if Terry's not here, someone else is asking. If Colleen's not here, someone else is reminding to plug in. So I love that. I love that. Hi, Heather from Minnesota. Susan said, I love that you call it an open house. Yeah, because sometimes people will be like, hey, I'm sorry I'm late, or hey, I have to leave early. And I'm like, no arriving late or leaving early. It's an open house, so come as you please. Oh yes, Colleen, thank you. Public service announcement. We always have to chat about this. Thumbs up. If you're here and you're still here and you're watching, if you'd give the video a thumbs up, that is so super helpful. I can't even tell you. When every so often I ask people how they find me, you'd be surprised at how many people find me here on YouTube. They don't know a thing about me. They didn't come to my YouTube channel, they're just searching for something on YouTube, and this is when the algorithm is a good thing. Maybe they search for Traveler's Notebook and Traveler's Notebooks, and YouTube says, hey, maybe you should watch this video, and YouTube pops up one of my videos. What's so awesome about that is that's how our little community here grows. That's how people find me and find us. But a lot of times it's based on, you know how those silly algorithms work? There's like 8 million different formulas that try to come all together. But some of the parts of that formula that are really important is interaction and things like thumbs up and comments and things like that. So that is the easiest way that you can help me. That's the easiest way you can help any content creator, okay? And it doesn't matter what platform you're on, whether it's YouTube or Instagram or Pinterest or Twitter, TikTok, blah, 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 whatever all the things are. Facebook, the easiest way that you can help someone is to do a thumbs up. If you leave a comment, even better. If you want to share with your friends, even better. But easy as a thumbs up, right? That takes no time. So everyone, thumbs up if you would. Thank you, Colleen. Hi, Louisa. Nice to see you. Terry said, oh, cute shirt, great color, and super cute sleeves. So let's talk about something very quickly. So as I'm talking like this, sometimes it's hard for me to see the chat, and very quickly I'll rotate the camera and we'll start playing. But when I glance forward, I can see things that are in uppercase. So if you've left a comment and I didn't see it, and you would like me to see it or respond to it, if you put it in uppercase, a lot of times I will see that. And don't be shy. If I don't answer, you're more than welcome to put it in there again. It just means I didn't see it. All right, there was one more thing. Oh yes, Terry was talking about my sleeves. If you've been here with me for any length, any period of time at all, you know I do this a lot. I talk with my hands. It's just, I mean, I guess if my hands were tied behind my back, I would have to figure out how to talk, but I'd probably be doing lots of this anyway. So yes, that's how you can see my sleeves, because I talk with my hands. All right, friends, I think we are just about ready to flip the camera. Oh, poor Reggie. Reggie's our kitty. Well, Reggie's Sam's kitty. He doesn't like it when I do lives because he has to sit outside the door, because he likes to be here with us during the lives. Well, not even during the lives. He likes to just be with me, like right here front and center. So he's meowing at the door. Okay, I got off track in my head for just a second. Let's rewind. We talked about the anniversary thing. Oh, I know, giveaways. So I think Wanda said, and if you comment, you might win a prize like she did. So I do giveaways every time that we're together, and I do those not in the live chat, but I do them in the comments on the videos. So basically, the way you participate in a giveaway is you leave a comment on the video when it's over. Okay, not in the chat while we're live, but in the comment on the video when it's over. The morning that we are together next. So this morning, I went through those comments, and I read them, but usually I've read them as they come in. I'm not looking for anything. All I do is sort them chronologically, and I scroll, and wherever my finger stops, that person wins a prize. So I did that this morning, and we have 2 winners. The first one is Wanda Bradford. So I picked her random comment, and Wanda wins the In the News 2 stamp set. That is one of the stamp sets we used last time we were together 2 weeks ago. And our second winner is Sonia P9932. And Sonia P9932 wins the What a Day stamp set. So ladies, you should have an email responding to your comment, giving you instructions on how to claim that prize. Shoot me an email, make sure the name of the prize that you won is in the subject line, and we'll get your prizes shipped out. All right, we will have more prizes today, so stay tuned. I'll talk about those as we're together. But just remember, leave a comment on the video when it's over. That's how you participate in the giveaways. Okay. Lori, I love it. Lori said, thanks for the welcome. I'm just learning about Traveler's Notebook, but I've learned a lot already from watching older lives on replay. Yes, there is a slew of information. I should know this number right off the top of my head because I just wrote it in the new idea book. We'll talk about that. But we have, I don't know, 300, I think it was like 350 videos. Like 350 videos, would that be about right? Maybe? 50? No. Anyhow, 52 weeks? No. 150. I think it's 150. 150 videos just like this of where we're creative listing and playing and having fun. So there's lots of content here in my YouTube channel that you can go back and keep yourself busy for a long time. Long time. So welcome to you, Lori, again. All right. Hi, Andrea. I don't think I've seen your name in a while. Andrea said, haven't been here in a while. Life's so fun. Okay, friends, I am going to rotate the camera. I am going to turn off the overhead lights, turn on the studio lights, and we will go. So I'm going to rotate here, so hang tight. There we go. I'll come back in a sec to make sure that that looked okay. After I turn that off, turn this on. Ooh, there we go. Virginia, yes, said, welcome to all the new ladies. Yes. Welcome, friends. All righty. So, usually the first thing that I like to do when we are starting, or after I flip the camera, is to take a look at the list that we did when we were together last. Hi, Anne. Is to take a look at the lists that we created when we were last together, which would have been the weekend of February 17th. So let's look at those lists. Obviously, you can go back to that video if you'd like to see any of those lists taking place as I make them live. Oh, yes. Okay. Let's start with this one. This one. Oh, no, that's the 10th. Hang on. I'm just referring to my handy dandy notebook here. We did, those are the week before. Okay, here we go. I'm going to hit this one last. So one of the lists that we did, this is, Dandy said, sorry, accidentally hit thumbs down with the TV remote. Oh, thank you, Colleen. Yeah, you would think I would remember that. Plugging in now. Dandy, you're so sweet to say. I think you can undo your dislike. You can undo the dislike. One of the best things, in my opinion, that YouTube has done in the last years is they made it so that you guys cannot see the number of dislikes on a video. I can still see them, but you guys can't. So it really used to irk me. I mean, it still irks me, but not as much. You know what? Whatever. If you don't like what I'm doing, then don't waste your time doing a thumbs down. Just be on your merry way and find somebody else that's more suited to what you like, right? Totally get that. I'm not for everybody, right? I am not for everyone. I am very fully aware of that. But don't waste your time doing a thumbs down on somebody's video. But now that you guys can't see them, I'm like, I don't care. I don't even really notice them. Kathy is home. You're home ill. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kathy. So sorry. Okay. All right. Okay. Anyhow. One of the lists that we did 2 weeks ago when we were together, this one. Hi, Deborah Kesey from Virginia Beach. There's someone else here from Virginia Beach as well. Hi, Miss Waddell. All right, so one of the lists that we do every month is something called In the News. All right, and that is where I just take, do a little run-on list of the different news items that hit my radar, okay? May have not hit your radar. You might be like, who the heck is that? That's King Charles. Who the heck is that? And why is he there? That's Mickey Mouse because Steamboat Willie, which is the very first version of Mickey Mouse, entered the public domain in the month of January. So that's kind of a big deal, meaning anyone now can use that image copyright free. So just some news things that hit my radar every month. And there we go. When I do that on this list, I use the In the News to stamp set. All right, so that was one of our lists. Hello, are you leaving?
Yeah.
Okay, so hi to your mom. Drive safe, please. Okay, bye-bye. All right, next list. This list is called What a Day. All right, so we had been doing this type of list for about the last year, a little bit more than a year. And last year, I called it Today Looks Like This. This year, I am calling it What a Day because I have a brand new stamp set that was released in January that kind of supports that whole idea. This type of list I call a time capsule list, okay? A time capsule list. We're actually going to be talking about time capsules quite a bit today. But a time capsule list, because this is basically a snapshot. For me, this is a snapshot of February 15th, 2023, which I need to make sure to write this down here. I'll just do this down here. Oh, 2024. Whoopsie. That was I almost did a big boo-boo there. That is a snapshot of my day, February 15th, 2024. So I can look back on this list in 10 years and go, oh my goodness, look at what my typical day or a day looked like in my life back, 10 years ago or whatever what it had been. I always say with this type of list, I would love, love, love it if I had a list like this that I had made when I was in high school, or maybe when I was a brand new professional just out of college, or maybe when I was a brand new mom, or when my mom was raising my sister and myself, maybe back in the 70s, or when my grandmother back in the 50s. So time capsule list, very specific point in time. The third list that we did, I had so much fun with this. When we were together on the 17th of February, that was Random Acts of Kindness Day. So we did a list on the different ways that we like to show random acts of kindness. This one, I don't know. I had a lot of fun on this. We did a lot of laughing. We did a lot of talking. I made my own little boxes, kind of took an existing die cut, which was a little too plain, and added a border around it. I did some fussy cutting, but we did a lot of talking about kindness and being kind. One of Nick, my husband, one of his favorite sayings is, it takes zero effort to be an donkey, okay? Or a jerk. Takes zero effort to be a jerk, but he does not say jerk. He says another word. And really, that's a very good point. I mean, it takes effort to be kind, right? And it doesn't have to take a lot of effort. We talked about ways that we could be kind, holding the door open for someone, or letting someone ahead of you in the grocery line if they only have a couple of items, right? So different ways that we can be kind. And when we left our session last Saturday or 2 Saturdays ago, I really encouraged everybody. I kind of threw a challenge out there, and I said, hey, listen, today, which was the 17th, just do one thing, one little simple act of kindness. You don't even need to leave the house. You could call a friend and say, hi, I'm thinking about you. You could make someone in your house a cup of coffee, whatever it is, just doing something kind. So Nick and I were out of town last week. That is why we weren't listing. Every year, we go to Hawaii because he has a business in Hawaii. So it's a business trip for him, and I get to tag along. So I kind of made it a point. We left on the 18th, so we left a day after. I made it a point while we were gone to do something kind every day. And that is something that I am really, really, really challenging myself to do every day now. I mean, why not? It does take thought, but it doesn't have to take a lot of thought. It could literally be 30 seconds. Saying something nice to someone, complimenting them, seeing someone and just smiling, right? You never know what someone else is going through. So if you can offer a smile or a kind word, doesn't have to cost money, then I think that we can make the world a better place. So that is what I'm focusing on. So you'll hear me continue to talk about that. I'm going to just say to you guys, let's try to remember that. Let's try to remember to be kind, and just one little thing every day. If we could do one little thing every day, oh my goodness, what a difference we could make, right? So as we're kind of working and talking, I'd love for you guys to share in the chat if you did something kind this last week. I'd love to hear it. Just pop in the chat and tell us what you did. Louisa, perfect. Louisa said, today my friend and I are going to visit a mutual friend who fell and is in a rehab center. We're going to keep her company and give her husband a break, right? See, something like that. You have no idea how much that will mean to your friend, but also her husband, right? So you're kind of a 2-for-1 there. You're helping your friend, but also helping her husband. I love that. I love it, love it, love it. Yo, Mama Doug, Carolyn said, with small acts of kindness, how we can change our world. Yep, absolutely. 100%. All right. So that was the last list that we did last Saturday. So let's dive in. I'm going to come back. I will, when I'm ready to do a single page later today, I will put that here. But the list I need to work on right now is a double page list. And it is the start of a brand new month, okay? Start of a brand new month. And what that means, every time we're together at the start of a brand new month, we do a list that I've been doing going on 3 years now, every month. I think going on 3 years, it's more than 3 years, because I also put this in the idea book. I think I figured I have about 45 months, 45 versions of this list, meaning I've gone back 45 months, and over the last 45 months, I have been doing this list. This list is called About Last Month. So let's take a look at About Last Month for January, for the month of January. So beginning of each new month, I sit down and I make a list of some things that happened in my world for that month. And that's what we have here. At the start of each new year, I kind of change my format. I kind of change my design. But if you've been with me for a while, you will realize that my design really hasn't changed often at all. It hasn't really changed at all. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to pull out I'm going to say the current idea book, because that will change very quickly. The current idea book, I'm going to go to chapter 2, About Last Month, page 18. And this is where you will see all of the About Last Month lists that I have done starting, I actually started in August of 2020. But as you look, even going back to, let's say, November of 2020, my format has kind of been the same. Like, look at that. Little run-on list on the left and a series of photos on the right, a little bit of decoration, and there you go. Having a format like that I follow every month makes it really easy. I don't have to struggle with, oh my gosh, what is it going to look like? What's the design going to look like? I kind of have a set format and I just kind of keep going. So as you continue looking through 2021, similar format. When we started to jump into 2022, that's when I started doing a project kit that kind of went with that whole thing called Year in Review. That's also when I introduced a stamp set each year to go with that. So you can kind of see in 2022 that format changed a little bit because I was starting to use the 2022 About Last Month stamp set. And then we do the same thing. Oh, yes. Well, we ended there because this idea book ended in 2022. Anyhow, 2023, all of the 2023 lists you'll see in the 2023 idea book, which is coming out later this month. All right, so for 2024, I have a new stamp set that I am using, and that is the 2024 About Last Month stamp set. So it is a 6x8 set, has some of my handwriting, so handwritten months, a little block here, there's word strips, there's all kinds of things. So I'm going to use this stamp set to work on my list for February. Let's see. Oh, Pam, that's so sweet. Pam said, my office has been crazy busy, so I went and got ice cream and all the fixings and threw an impromptu ice cream social. My office staff was so appreciative, right? Look it. I'm sure they just loved that. And you know what? That was you recognizing how busy things had been and recognizing their contributions. So I love that. That's so awesome. That is so, so awesome. Hi, Susan. Okay, let me just look. Carolyn said, I wasn't here to know about it, meaning 2 weeks ago, but I always strive to make the world a better place with kindness. I encouraged a friend to go outside today as she needs a bit of fresh air after a busy week. See, there's so many little things that we can do to just spread kindness. I love that. Terry said she brought donuts into work to celebrate Leap Day. All right. So starting now, where are we? Starting with our About Last Month for the month of February. So actually, I am not going to put my spread right here. I'm going to move to another page. The reason I'm going to move to another page, as I had kind of laid this page down, I noticed that I had a little bit of shadowing or ghosting from the page behind it. So here I had stamped news. And I'm using my inserts. These are Layle by Mail lined inserts. The paper quality is very nice. It's nice and thick. But that is some pretty dark, pretty pigmented ink. And that's kind of a larger stamp. So I have a little bit of ghosting or shadowing. And because when I do my About Last Month list, I do them directly on the page as opposed to something like this where it's on pattern paper. I do the About Last Month list directly on the page. So I'm going to skip a spread here because I don't want that kind of ghosting and shadowing from here to bleed through or to kind of show through on here. But likewise, any stamping I do here, I don't want it to kind of ghost or shadow on this side and affect this list. So I bring that up because it's something you just need to be aware of when you are working in something like this. And if you're stamping directly on the insert, it's just something to be aware of. Hi, Carla. Okay, here we go. Carolyn said, Layle, I think it's lovely you are doing that every day, but your listing brings so much joy to so many of us. Thank you, Carolyn. So there we go. I guess there's one good deed. I've got a good deed every Saturday. But that's not why I do it. You guys know that's not why I do it. Okay. So let's start out with the photo. So this is a single photo. It is a 5x7 photo. I printed it this morning. I printed this 5x7 photo using the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. That is the printer I've been using for the last 5 years, and it's the printer I use to print probably 99% of everything that I print, whether in my traveler's notebooks or my other kind of scrapbooking or memory keeping projects. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 photos though on one photo. The way that I did that is using the Epson Creative Print app. The Epson Creative Print app works with any of the Epson printers, but it only works with an Epson printer, okay? So you need to print, you print to an Epson printer. So there are other apps out there that are free that can do something similar that you can use with any printer, but this is the one I use because it goes with the printer that I use. There is a very long awaited, and I think I released this maybe 2 weeks ago, how-to video that I put together. It's here on my YouTube channel. After tons of requests, a video on how to use that Epson Creative Print app to do this. Super easy, but there are some tips and tricks that I've learned over the 5 years of using it that can make your life so much easier. So if you have that printer or you're looking at getting that printer, that video, I'm pretty sure I linked it in the description box of the video. Okay, so that's how I do that. Wanda said, I want to read this. Wanda said, I love the traveler's notebook method. I know that's what this is all about. But she said, but I love having lots of room using my happy planner, but that's just me. Wanda uses a different format, and some of you may also be using a different format. I use Traveler's Notebook. Traveler's Notebooks are my thing. I've been using them probably the last 7 or 8 years. So that's just what I like to use. But what we're doing here as we're making these creative lists, you can use anything that you want. I always say there's really only 2 things that you need. You need something to write with and something to write on to make a list. Beyond that, it's up to you what you want to use and what you want to put it in. Whether it's a happy planner, I would challenge you, if you're a 12x12 scrapbooker, you can pretty much take any list that we do and turn it into a 12x12 scrapbook page or a 12x12 scrapbook spread. And this could certainly work for that. So whatever format that you want to use, I just use Traveler's Notebook. So don't let that kind of get you don't get caught up in that. Because as Wanda said, she uses Happy Planner. Okay. Oh, Joe, I love it. Joe said the video is amazing. I've been using the printer for a while and I learned so much from your video. Thank you. You're welcome, Joe. Scrapbook Sista also said she uses a planner. I will tell you, I know that Wanda and Scrapbook Sista both post a lot of their lists in the Layle by Mail Facebook group. Okay, so if you want to see what other people are doing, you can see what I'm doing, but if you want to see what other people are doing, Layle by Mail Facebook group. It's a private group, so just go to Facebook and ask to be a part of it, whatever you do, and then I just say sure. And then that just reminded me. It just hit me. Stephanie Bice is here. I saw Stephanie. Stephanie, if you're still here. But she popped in. I just saw her little face pop in. Stephanie is one of 2 new design team members. So a couple weeks ago, I announced a new design team, a dynamic duo, Stephanie Bice and Laura Lee, right? I know how to pronounce that. I think it's Laura Lee. Murphy. Anyhow, 2 friends of mine that I've always just loved and admired, and very talented designers. And when I approached them at the beginning of the year and asked them if they would be interested in being on a design team, basically being the design team, they both just jumped. So they so far have both shared a couple of different projects, and they share those in the Facebook group and on social media. And then I also send those out in email. So you got to check out their stuff because they're using my stamps. And then, working other product in like I do, but so inspirational. So inspirational. Okay. All right, so let's do this. I have my photo. Now, the inserts that I use are standard wide. Standard wide, 5 by 8.25. The photo that I printed is 5 by 7. So ideally, I should be able to take this photo and just pop it there, but it is a little bit too wide. The reason it's a little bit too wide is because I lose a couple millimeters with the staple, right? So I need to come in and just trim a little bit off of that edge so it fits. All right, a little bit off of the edge so it fits. Sometimes I have more photos on a photo. So what I mean by more photos on a photo, this one just has 4. Other times I might have 12 photos on a photo. It just kind of depends on what what I feel like. And some months have more going on in them than others. Some months might have a lot going on, but some months I might want to focus on maybe 1 or 2 particular things that went on, like for February, Hawaii. So I've trimmed and now I have the room there that I need. So let's go ahead and I'm going to add my adhesive here to my photo, and in we go. So this list for me is always a 2-page spread. Always, always, always. Except for the very first one I did. It's funny, the very first one I did was August of 2020. And I'm like, I should add photos to this list. And then I left a little blank page here to add photos, and then I forgot. So anyhow, then I just did something right over it. All right. So here we go on the right. So I always start with photo. Once I have photo, then I kind of start picking colors and picking kind of embellishments. Now this is February, right? So February, a lot of times we might think, it needs to be red and pink and all the hearts and things. Well, I will use some hearts, but I wanted to bring in some other color because what's on my photo really isn't all like red and black and white. So I thought I might bring in a little bit of extra color. So before I start that, what I thought I would do is show you the spread that I had, kind of the spread before I had added photos, that part of the 2024 Year in Review Project Kit. So this is the 2024 Year in Review Project Kit where we set up our Traveler's Notebook basically to do this every month. So let's take these photos out because those had to be pretend photos because really February hadn't happened yet. So using that kit, this was kind of the layout for the month of February. But I also do in this one, in my kind of regular old Traveler's Notebook. So I'm going to come to this and now work on my little spread here. I've got lots of blue, right? I have some pinkish. I have a little bit of pink here in the sunset, a little bit of pink here from the reflection of the sunset in the airplane window. And then here I have some pink from those little like Taylor Swift bracelets. All right, so as we're kind of looking at what we might want to use, if I still want to bring in a little February or little like heart action, I can. Now, sometimes I leave in this kind of lower right corner. Sometimes I leave that spot blank where I don't actually print anything there. And this morning, I totally forgot when I printed this. So if we look back here, then sometimes I just end up putting stuff right over the top of the photo. Like that. Photo there, big snowstorm, but then I just put something over the photo. So I'm going to end up putting, since I forgot, some things over kind of the top of that photo, just because I'd like to be able to decorate. So this guy is cute, right? That could work, that little you have my heart. There's some other little hearts here. That's kind of a big heart, but it could work there if I wanted, right? It could work. I have some other little hearts. So the product that I'm using for this list, I'm kind of doing a little bit of a mashup. Part of the product is from Ellie's Studio. Some of the die cuts are from the So Much Love die cuts pack. Also have these little guys. These are winter puffy heart stickers, but look at all those different colors and look at all the blues. The reason I pulled these out, because the blues and maybe putting some blue and pink over here as I separate my list, I thought that might be kind of fun. So beyond that, the other kind of things that you see here, more of the colorful things, those are from the brand new Good Vibrations collection from Pretty Little Studio. So I'll be using a little bit of that on this list, but I'll be pulling in a little bit more of that on some of my other lists for today. All right, so that's what I'm using. Let's see, if I wanted to bring in just maybe a little bit more color here, I could still kind of carry that February theme, right? I could kind of use the February theme, but February theme meaning hearts, but pull in some different colors if I wanted. Oh, I know the other thing I could do. What if, oh, please tell me it's here. Of course, it's not. It is not here. All right, hang tight. I was using this roll of washi in, where would I have put that? Oh, there it is, across the room. As I was working on the idea book this week, I'll show you guys when we get to, well, I'll just show you now. Why not? March 22nd. One of the things that you will see release on March 22nd is the volume 2 of the idea book. And it was uploaded to the printer yesterday. Hallelujah. I feel like I just had another kid. That's it. Well, this is it just printed out on my printer at home, but there it is. Volume 2 of the idea book. So excited. I'm very excited to share that with you guys in a couple of weeks. But as I was kind of putting some different designs for pages together, I was using washi tape to kind of cut things out. But I was thinking, look at this. This is one of my Layle by Mail washis. This could be a really fun way to get a lot of color in here, right? Then I'm not like so stuck to red and, kind of red and black. So I think we'll do that. I think let's just use this. We'll just do this nice little row down here along the bottom. Whoopsie. I needed to do that anyway, but it just tore. When I am doing, hang on, I'm just going to go right to, where did that one end? Right here. When I am doing a spread, and if I have washi tape that spans both pages, I always recommend that you separate the washi tape. And when I say separate, you want to break it or cut it so it is not, it's not still connected between the two pages. You don't want those two pages to connect. As you continue to work in your traveler's notebook, it will get much harder for the pages to turn if that washi is kind of holding it together. So you want to unhook or disconnect, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, the washi. So let's see, I had kind of this going here. That orange works because look at it, kind of picks up some of the sunset, some of the sand here, and even some of the color in my skin, right? So maybe, why don't we start with that? Let's go ahead and get these guys adhered down. One thing I want to show you guys, this came up when I was doing the class for the 2022 year in review project kit. And that is this guy, this guy. This is a stand for those of you that use the Easy Runner Grand tape runner, tape gun. That is a stand for it. So it can sit on your desk in a nice little stand. So you know where your tape runner is, number one. But if you've been with me for a while, you know it's not uncommon that maybe every 6 months or so, this guy accidentally gets shuffled and drops on the floor. So that little stand has been awesome. You'll see those on the website as well. All right, so let's see. Maybe now, what if we want to bring in a little, maybe we bring in that little guy. Okay, I think that little word strip is good right there. I like it. Let's go ahead and add that. So how's everybody doing today? How are we, friends? I tell you, it has been a crazy week. So Nick and I were gone for a week, and we came back on Saturday. Ugh. we came back on Saturday night. That's something that we started doing. Any of the trips that we take, we've started, I don't know, maybe probably 15 years ago. When our kids were little, we would always try to come home on a Saturday instead of a Sunday. Just because that gives you a day to kind of regroup, unpack, get laundry done before kind of the week starts again. So we came home Saturday night, and then all day Sunday worked on the idea book has been in the works. Probably started on it mid-January. But this week it was like, okay, now we've got to get it done because it's got to get to the printer yesterday. So lots of late nights, because my graphic designer has a full-time job, and then so she and I worked on things at nights. Anyhow, very exciting. A tape runner holster. Yes, I love it. A tape runner holster. That's not new washi, Terry. That heart washi has been around for well, since this one, since the little mini heart washi. Those have been around a long time. Yes, Nikki, I have the tape stand. Yep. I have it now. Hi, Nancy Mars. Nice to see you. Deborah said, I'm so excited for book number 2, and it's being released on my birthday. Yay, Deborah. All right, friends. Okay, so here we go. We've kind of started that over here. Now that we've kind of landed on some colors, now I want to look at what color stamping ink I want to use for my stamping over here. But before I do that, we've got to do this part because it always looks so weird if I don't have my outlining, right? This very, not a lot of room there. I didn't leave myself a lot of room. Once we start to get to the end of our Traveler's Notebook, I'm not going to say it makes it difficult. We just have to be really cognizant, I guess, maybe would be the word, of what we're doing. Just because you have now so much bulk on this side, right? So much bulk on this side, and then it's really flat on this side. So as we're doing anything over here, we just kind of have to be paying attention to what we're doing, which we will do. All right, so we need a pencil board. Pencil board is the most important thing, I think, when you are working in a traveler's notebook and stamping. Actually, not even working in a traveler's notebook. Basically, when you're working in a format where you cannot take a page out and actually stamp like here, right? I can't take that page out because it's connected. So that means I am stamping here, and I've got all this bulk underneath me. A pencil board is your best friend when it comes to stamping in a traveler's notebook. It is a flat, it's something flat, okay? This is a clear acrylic pencil board that I have on my website. But this something flat that you slide under a page to give you a flat surface to stamp or write on. Now, I never worry about the writing part, but the stamping part I do, because I put things like die cuts, photos, stickers. In this case, there's 3 layers of paper. If I am stamping without having some type of pencil board, right here, I run the risk of running into something that's underneath it and then maybe not getting quite the stamped impression I had hoped for. So pencil board, I have them, but you can make them. You can make them out of chipboard. You could go to the dollar store and cut up a plastic cutting board or something like that. This is something that Nancy Golison, one of you guys, sent to me years ago. She took a piece of chipboard and covered it with pattern paper. Whatever it is, you just want something that is a hard surface since you can't take the page out, right? So it will help you. I promise it will help you. All right, so as we get ready for that, we're looking at colors that we want to use. I kind of like this color combo. That pink and orange, that could be kind of fun over here. So let me grab those 2 colors, and I'm just going to set this here. It's going to give a little bit of a glare so you kind of know what I'm looking for, because I'm going to use that, and then February, and then that little background. So I'm going to say, well, let's look. We don't need to guess, we can just look. I'm pulling out my ink swatches. Lori said the board is a good idea, perfect size. Well, yes, because I designed it that size. Let's talk about this for one sec. So this is 5x8. So it is meant to slide into your size for a traveler's notebook. The corners are rounded so that when you put that in there, it's not like poking into your pages. That is 1/8 inch clear acrylic, right? It actually has a grid etched on it. Now, mine is really well used and loved. So you can see there's a grid etched on it. That grid is there because if you wanted, you could also use this as a really large stamping block. So you could line up your stamps. When these come to you, they look like this. So there is no color to them at all. So on the left, this is how they come. On the right, mine is colored. The way that mine is colored, I take acrylic paint, just a little dab, and do a little finger painting, and then dry wipe it with the paper towel. And that ink then deposits in all of the etched little areas. All right, so yes, handy dandy tool. That is, and it doesn't have to be mine, right? It's whether you make it or you go to the dollar store and cut up a cutting board or something like that. The whole purpose is, though, making sure that you have something that you can slide under. All right, so swatches. So these are my ink swatches. I used my Swatch This Inks stamp set to create these little stink swatches, to create these little ink swatches so that it's much easier for me to pull out this ink swatch thing, right? As opposed to pulling out all of my ink little things like this and then trying to match the color. But here's another thing, and it just depends on what color it is. Sometimes you'll find that this is actual ink, right? Because I've stamped it. Sometimes the color of what you see on the lid of the ink pad doesn't necessarily reflect what the color really looks like when it's stamped. So it's nice to just kind of have your little examples there. So I'm looking maybe for those colors, maybe not even incorporating any red at all. So if we did that, I'm thinking maybe saltwater taffy in my head. Saltwater taffy. It's kind of a peachy, pinkish color. Not a true peach, but there it is. So there's saltwater taffy, right? I mean, yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Saltwater taffy or spun sugar, maybe. Spun sugar is probably a little bit closer. I think we'll do spun sugar, and then let's find an orange that is similar to that. Wild honey, even though that's not really orange, that may work. Oh, dried marigold, maybe? We might need a little bit more orange. Carved pumpkin. Ooh, persimmon. Maybe those two together. Do we like those two together? Or no, spice marmalade. There it is. Spice marmalade and spun sugar. That's what I'm going for. Spun sugar and spice marmalade. All right. So with this stamp set, there are a couple of different ways. Well, there's not a couple different ways. There are lots of different ways that I can use it. Hi, Debbie. Nice to see you. Yo, Mama Dog. Carolyn said, got my swatches of the inks I have finally done. Oh, that's awesome. Awesome, awesome. So this is my little stamping tester notebook. As we start stamping, I never will stamp directly in my project without testing it first. So when I was designing the 2024 About Last Month project kit, here's a bunch of the stamping and testing that I was doing. But as we look at the different ways that you could use that stamp set, actually, let's look it over here because you'll be able to see it real here. There is a version where I've just used black and then a light blue background. Here, I've used kind of tone on tone. So we have a darker pink kind of border and then a lighter pink inside and then the red. Here we go, black with green, pink with yellow with green. So just a bunch of the different ways that I've used that stamp set on some different layouts. So I think what I will do, I think maybe if we do spun sugar as the background, as that, and then spiced marmalade as the border. Should we try it? Let's see what that looks like for us. So I need to get a little stamping block out here. There's my stamp. I think I'm going to do the solid color first. I think I'll do the solid color and then do the orange on top of that. Now, this guy is, it looks like it is not quite wide enough, but I have used this stamping block here on this, for what this stamp says, so I know it works. So I'm gonna put that down like that, and then pick that up like that. Not quite straight. Let me get this a little bit closer to myself. Now, that stamp looks yellow. It is not yellowed. It is brand new. Well, it was just released beginning of January, but I've used a lot of yellow and orange on that. That's why. So the polymer, the material looks like it is stained, but it's not. I mean, it is stained, but it won't affect, it's not going to affect my stamped image at all. All right, so we said we're going to use spun sugar on that block. Ink that up really well. And remember, I want to test it first. So I recommend you don't ever just jump right in on your project, because sometimes there are some things that you can find out and you'd rather find them out testing than on your project itself. So here I look pretty good. I don't have any little stray hairs or threads or not threads. I don't have any little stray hairs or lint or anything that might affect that stamped image. It looks good. It's straight, so I'm happy with that. So I know I like that. We can come back to that in a second. Now I have this guy. That is the little outline. So I'm going to grab another stamping block and, whoopsie, load this guy up. Get that a little bit closer to me just so I can see it. It'll make it a little bit easier if I can see what I'm doing there. All right. And this is what we wanted for the outline. So I'm using spun sugar and spiced marmalade. Okay, now I can test this also, but not only can I test it to make sure the image looks good, but I can also test it on top of this one, that color combination, to make sure I like that color combination. Ooh, I think I like it. I like it, I like it. All right, let's look and see how it looks compared to that. I think that's pretty good. Now I'll bring in some more red over here, so maybe that red doesn't look like so, like, why is there so much red over here and none over here? But I think that is going to work. So let's move this out of the way. And grab, again, my pencil board. And we need to, I'm going to start with this one again. One of the things, if you're stamping and you're doing your testing, you can play around with how things look based on what order you stamp them. So if I stamped the orange first and then stamped that block over it, then it would dilute the orange a little bit, okay? It would dilute the orange a little bit. And I'll show you what I mean here in a sec. All right, so I have my stamping block underneath. Ooh, that just reminded me. 1, 2, 1, 2. I usually go between 2 and 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna do this right here. And down we go. All right, so I want to apply nice firm pressure. Depending on this type of stamp I'm using, I may not want to apply too much pressure, okay? What I mean by that is this is a pretty solid stamp, right? If I press really hard, it's not really going to affect the stamped impression because it's a solid block. But if I am, say, stamping an alphabet stamp, or I'm stamping a word, that's pretty fine. The harder I press, the more it's going to like spread out that stamped image, and I'll show you what I mean by that in a sec here. All right, so that one is good. Move this guy off to the side. I'm going to clean this very quickly. Always a good idea to clean your stamps right after you use them and put them away, especially some of your smaller stamps, like your bullet stamps. The bullet stamps are so small that if you don't get in the habit of putting your things away right away, you're just gonna, those little bullet stamps will just run right away on you. All right, so now let's, oh, well, I know I was going to show you something, but I won't now because I just put it away. That's all right. We'll look at that another time. Back here as I shuffle, I'm doing the stamp shuffle here. All right, so now let's re-ink this guy. That's my little block that goes around it. Let's come back here. I'm just going to move it a little bit more closer to me so I can see. Okay, that's my little outline. All right. So there we have our little stamped box for our date. What I was saying before that when I said you can kind of play around with the order, whether you stamp, what happens if you stamp the solid block first and then the outline or vice versa. If I had stamped the outline first and then stamped that solid block on top of it, the part that would get diluted, the color would be those vertical bars right there because I would be stamping pink on top of that. So, I mean, not your test or notebook or your test piece of paper or whatever it is, just so you get a feel for what the difference is so you know what you might like. Oh, you know what? I think that might go very nicely right there. That love you. Now, it works for, or so much love. Maybe either one. Or maybe this one comes over here somewhere. Maybe. Okay, so much love I am going to add right there because, yes, I have so much love for the ocean. Any ocean. Not real particular on what kind of ocean it is, but I love the beach. I love the ocean. So that works well there. And that's kind of a, oh, I've got a lot of glue coming out there. It works well both for kind of February, but normally I wouldn't do that. I just had a little excess. So it works well for February, but it also works well for the photo. This type of photo, sometimes when you're taking a picture, sometimes I'll take multiple versions of the same picture. This guy, very specifically, it worked for me to add a sticker, or in this case, a die cut right up there, because look at all that blank space I had up there. So it's not really covering anything up. It's covering the sky and part of the mountains, but I don't really care if that's covered up. So when you're taking your photo, sometimes if you're thinking about the way you're framing the photo, maybe how you might want to use something. In this case, I could have taken 10 different versions of this photo. I don't know who those people are, but maybe I was trying to focus in on them. Maybe I wanted another version of this photo where it was up close. But never hurts to kind of take a couple of different you're zoomed in or you're very far out, so you can, maybe play a little with your photos and putting things on your photos like that. All right, so I think we need to maybe bring in one little heart up here. And what if we bring in one of these little guys? These are the winter puffy stickers from Ellie's Studio. All the things that I'm using so far, you will see linked in the description box of the video down below under a link that says what I'm using. So let's look. Do we want a light blue, or do we maybe want this little blue might be nice. No, I don't like it there, but I think I might like it there. We're just going to put it right there. That's where it's going to be. Now that I have that over there, clearly I totally got sidetracked, right? Now I feel like this maybe needs to come over here to kind of maybe tie it all together. Kind of have a visual triangle going here. What I mean by a visual triangle. Right now, to me, this looks really odd. This side looks really odd just because I have something here and then something right above it. A visual triangle will now complete that. If I put this over here, do you see visually there is a triangle? So depending on where I put that, I don't want to put it up here because then it's too matchy side to side. I don't want to put it down here because then to me it's too matchy side to side. I kind of want to put it somewhere in here, and there I have my little visual triangle going. And I got totally sidetracked from that, but I'll come back. I'll come back to it. Alrighty. There we go. And because, whoopsie, moved a little bit on me. I think maybe I'll use, let's see, do we maybe want to use another one of these little hearts? Maybe this is where I bring in a little bit of red over here. Or, actually, I'm going to take one of these little puffy hearts and I'm going to put it right here in that little spot. All right. Now that I've done that, not my favorite. Let's see if I can get it off. The reason it's not my favorite, look at that. Those are two side by side. That to me just is too much. So let's see if I can gently, oh yes, I didn't put that on too much. So let's see if we can just gently peel that off. Is it better there? Look I think it's way better there because now I kind of am reinforcing that visual triangle. But what I don't necessarily like about that is now that I have the two reds here. So let's just see if maybe, what if we pull in, we could pull in a green. The green doesn't really go. Maybe we just pull in the pink. Let's see if we like the pink here. Do we like the pink here? The pink's better, but then we have this going on. So don't like that one either. So I'm going to set the puppy stickers aside, and I had pulled out some of the little hearts from Good Vibrations. And so let's see if maybe we like that better, but that one, we don't like that red one because of the same red. Maybe this yellow. Do we like this yellow here? Yellow's kind of big. What if the yellow goes up here? Maybe there. I don't know. Now I've got the same thing. So I don't know. I'm gonna come back to that. I don't know yet. All right. So now let's do this little guy. Originally, I was thinking that I would use the orange to stamp February, but I think now I might want to stamp black because I have this black going on. I feel like I might need that in black to kind of help pull that all together. So let's go back to the stamp set and put this guy away. I had already cleaned it. Let's grab February. All right, now I'm going to switch out my stamp block. The reason I'm going to switch out my stamp block, that would totally work on there, right? But this is kind of overkill. In this case, when you're stamping, in my opinion, you kind of want to right size your stamping block for the stamp. It's just going to make life a lot easier for you. When you are working with a really large stamping block, it's sometimes hard to get the even amount of pressure because you have all this excess around that stamp. Now, if that's what you have, that's what you have. If you are kind of working with the lowest common denominator, you have to have the biggest stamp block to meet kind of the size of your biggest stamp, then that's what you have and that's what you work with. But if you can try to right size your stamping blocks, I think it makes it a lot easier. Let's see if this guy is wide enough for me. Oh, yes. Oops. Let's do that the right way. You may have noticed that I have been putting my stamps down on my work surface and then I pick it up with the block. I think that makes it a lot easier to position your stamp on the stamping block. So put it on your work surface and then pick it up. All right, now, again, I want to test, it's what I've been doing, but also because now this looks just like this, I'll be able to see if I like the way the black looks on that, right? Before I actually have to commit. All righty. There we go. So there's February. Let's see if we think we would like that up there. I think I'm going to like that up there. I think that is important to bring that black up so it everything kind of coordinates. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's re-ink that up again. So that is, all the months in this stamp set are my handwriting. That is something that I would never do myself. I would not think anyone would want a stamp of my handwriting, but I've heard you guys loud and clear. So starting with this stamp set, you will see a number of my stamp sets that are released this year in my handwriting. Okay, there we go. There's February. One thing I want to just show you really quickly about pressure. So when you're testing maybe for color, you're testing to make sure the stamp is clean, it doesn't have any kind of lint or little fiber or something like that in it. But you also can test for pressure. What I mean by that, I'm going to stamp this twice here. With your different stamps, it's important that you know how much pressure that you need to apply. Some stamps you need to apply more pressure than others. There is a difference. If you press harder, the stamp will look different. And this is with any stamp that you use. So I'm going to just push this one right here. I'm going to press really, really, really hard. Okay, so you see the difference there? That is just a regular amount of pressure. And then that, do you see how much more spread out those letters are? And there's no right or wrong way. Okay, there's no right or wrong way. You may like it a little bit more fine. You may like it to be a little bit thicker. when you are pressing down or applying more pressure, depending on the stamp, let's say I'm using a little stamp that is maybe like one of these little word strips. Let me just, oops, not that one. Let me grab one of these little word strips very quickly and just show you. This is another reason why I always test any kind of stamping I'm doing. I always test first because sometimes you don't know the amount of pressure you need to apply. Kind of what I found, a general rule of thumb, is you generally need to apply a lot less pressure than you think you might, okay? So I'm going to take this little tiny word strip stamp that says day by day. All right. You notice I just grabbed I grabbed a different stamping block because this guy, too big. I mean, you can still work, it still works, right? But right size. If you can right size your stamping blocks, in this case, to the size stamp, I think you'll have a lot more success when you're stamping. Okay, so here we go. And I'm going to stamp this one twice again. Okay, here we go. So here is day by day. Very nice, very fine. My stamps are printed in the US. The quality, I will tell you, and other people will tell you too, the quality is, they're very, very, very nice stamps, okay? So you know, because if you've ever tried to stamp something very small like that, a lot of times it ends up looking like that, but it's the stamp because it's an acrylic stamp, not a photopolymer. Anyhow, so here we are. That is the nice even pressure that I needed, but look what happens when I really, really press. Now, nothing wrong with that, just like this. Nothing wrong with either of those, but the stamp is designed that way. So it's designed to be nice and fine. The more pressure you apply, what's happening is that polymer, the material, is like spreading out. When you press down, it spreads, right? So you get kind of a little bit of a different look. All of that just to say, just know what you're doing. And you don't have to know what you're doing. That's not what I mean. When I say know what you're doing, play around a little so you know what the outcome is. If you want this to be your outcome, great. You just know you need to press harder. If you want this to be your outcome, great. You just need to know you need to not press as hard. All right? All right. All right, all right, all right. Lori said the stamps do stamp up really nice. It's frustrating to get a new stamp set and for it to make a mess on the page. Right, and Lori, it makes a mess on the page. We never make the mess, right? It's the stamp. No, totally joking. But a lot of those things you can figure out ahead of time if you're doing a test stamp first, as opposed to having it make a mess on your page, right? Because there's nothing more frustrating than you've spent, a lot of time and effort, trying to make your card or your tag or your scrapbook layout or your list or whatever it is look nice, only to have, you stamp and then maybe things don't quite work out the way that you wanted. Now, if that happened, it's not the end of the world. Usually what I do if something like that happens, like if I totally mess this up, I just stamp on a little piece of white cardstock and put it right over the top of that and no one would be any wiser, okay? So no use crying over the spilt milk in the stamping world, which would be a blurry stamp or where you only got part of it stamped or, what have you. You can always fix it, put a sticker over it, put a whole new page over it in white cardstock, or, just restamp and then cut it out. All right, so now I can do a couple different things here. I can use any of the little icons, like your little icons, 12 icons, so one for each different month if you wanted to stamp in one or both of those little blocks, or you have numbers. So this little guy is, a couple of my little guys are moving on me. Let's talk about that for a second. My little O, which should have been right there, had moved on the sheet. The reason it had moved and it was not in its original spot anymore was because there is a little bit of lint or hair or dust or something on the back of that stamp. So I'm just moistening the back of that stamp and putting it back down, and then it's not going anywhere. So if your stamps, there's another one, are not sticking to your stamping block or they're not sticking to the sheet, it means there's something on the back that is preventing it from sticking. So just clean it off and then you'll be good to go. All right, so I think what I'm going to do, I think I will use the O2 and the 2-4 in those little blocks. So I am going to put these stamping blocks away, that one away. And I'm right sizing again because look at how small those sizes are. Those little stamps are so small. I'm now moving to the my little clear round acrylic block. So I could use that one, right? It would fit on there, small. Or let's see, will it fit on the stylus? I think it will even fit on the stylus. So you notice as I'm going, I'm getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So that's a little stamping stylus. That's another one of my products. It's a clear round acrylic block. The edges are laser polished. This is the new improved version. Edges are laser polished. That's basically the difference between this one and the original version. But I have a little tiny stamping block. The nice thing about the stylus is if I had a little tiny guy that was like this, it would be so hard for me to hold on to because it'd be so small. That's really easy for me to hold on to because it's like a pen. So actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the O on one end, the 0, and I have the 2 on the other end, and I will do, let's come back in our little tester here, right? My O and the 2, and then the 2, and then I'll put the 4 there. So I think that'll work. I think I like that. So let's move this out of the way, come back here and grab my pencil board. I still want to have that in there, the same reason I had it in there before. Let's do my O and the 2, and then the 2. This is so funny for me because I'm like, why am I using my stamp? That's my writing. I should just write it. But no, that doesn't really make sense. I mean, it does make sense if it was just me, because if it was just me here, I'd probably just use my own writing, right? All right, so as you've seen me cleaning my stamps, I'm just using a little stamp chamois here. So that stamp chamois you'll see linked under what I'm using. Okay, so now, especially these little guys, you want to get these little guys put away right away. Press them down firmly on your little sheet. Since they're smaller stamps, we don't want to lose them, right? And there's my little 4. Really quick, I'm just going to do that over here off camera to make sure that that's good. All right, and here's my little 4. All right, 02 February 24. This list, when we do it, the start of a new month, always takes a little bit longer. Whoopsie. If I was to do this on my own, it would probably take me a half an hour, right? But we do a lot of talking and chatting and talking about the whole concept of About Last Month. And usually the first time I'm stamping, we're going over lots of different, reasons to, like tips and tricks when you're stamping, things like that. So this one takes a little bit longer when we get going. Okay, so I think what I will do now, I have some of these word strips. I have lots of different 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, blah, blah, probably like 16 or 17 different word strips, word strip stamps that I can use really anywhere in my little list here. So maybe I want to put some of those peppered through here. And if I'm going to pepper those through here, I think I want to do black ink. Black ink or the pink. I don't really know. So this is what I'm going to do here. I'm going to pretend. I'm going to pretend that I have my little list over here. Here's my About Last Month. I'm going to write like physical therapy twice. And then let's just pretend this is where my little word strip stamp would go. Grab another one of my little stamping blocks, fit that guy. There is a little bundle of stamping blocks on the website, and it is a bundle of my stamping blocks because I have 4. This little guy, which is a 1.625, that one is the stylus, and then the others are, so let's just pretend. I think, and I'm glad I tested that. I don't think I'm going to like the way that works because I think that's going to be so light it is going to look, it's just going to look really odd because I'll always do my writing in black. And I think those little pink stamps, I like the color, but I think it's going to look really odd because you see how hard it is for you guys to see them. I think it's going to look a little odd. It's going to look like I skipped a whole bunch of space in between my writing. So I think that we'll just use the black. Now I could use the orange too, but then it will look too much like Halloween. So I won't do that. I won't do that. I'm going to pre-stamp some of the word strips. So let's maybe start this guy right here. Right here. Oopsie. So sometimes this happens. And I probably should have known better because I was getting a little too close to the edge. And when I say too close to the edge, I mean my stamping block, or excuse me, my pencil board can only go so far because it's starting to round the corner. So I got a little bit of a blur there, but that's okay. It's fine. No one will know. No one's going to know. They won't look at that. They'll look at all the other things on my little spread here. They'll just be reading the words. All right, so there's a little right here right now. What's fun about this particular stamp set, obviously it works with the project that we're doing today, the about last month, but you have word strips, you have months, you have numbers, you have a little definition there for documenting, you have those little icons. So it's kind of a multi-purpose stamp. Multi-purpose stamp. Lori said, thank you for all these tips. You are welcome. You are welcome. Aunt Recreates, hello, said, I love this tip of practice first. I have never had anyone give that tip before, and it's a game changer. So Aunt Recreates, I'm very glad to hear you say that. I don't know, I guess in the grand scheme of things, I'm probably a newer stamper. I've really only been traveling. I don't know where that came from. I've really only been stamping maybe 4 years, like actively a lot for 4 years. And pretty much everything was self-learned, just from playing. I never knew. I never knew a lot of the things that I talk about when I'm stamping. Because nobody ever told me, or maybe I never asked, right? But I find that a lot of the things that I talk about when I am doing these on Saturday as they relate to stamping, most people don't know, especially if you are a new stamper. So to me, it's really important as I'm working to be talking about what I'm doing, because then I can share some of the things I learned. One of the things I have not gone over today, because this is a stamp set that I have used before, is something that's really, really, really important. So while I'm continuing to stamp, I'm going to do one more of these, and then I will, let's see. How about, that was fun. That was fun. One of the things that is most important that I think, in my opinion, will make the biggest difference to your stamping, and I wish somebody had told me this years ago, because I was very turned off by stamping for a long time because I didn't know this really important part of it. And that is, your stamps are not ready to be used when you buy them, right? Did you know that? They're not ready to be used when you buy them. You shouldn't just take them out of the package and start using them. I totally messed that one up too. It's all right. Sometimes I need to concentrate when I'm stamping. They're not ready to be used. There is the process when photopolymer stamps are made, and I think it's the same for acrylic. I don't really know because I pretty much only use photopolymer stamps. All of mine are photopolymer. When they are manufactured, there is, I'm just going to use really simple, basic terms that we would all understand, like a mold. Okay, so like a mold is made for a stamp set, and the material, this material is put into the mold. And that's how you get, your little stamps like this. Before they put the material in the mold, they put something in there. Kind of like Pam. It's not Pam, but if you think about if you are making muffins and you have a muffin tin and you're not using your little muffin cups, the little paper cups, Usually, if you're making muffins or cupcakes, you're going to spray or put butter in or something so that the muffins don't stick when you go to take them out, right? Well, something similar happens when photopolymer stamps are made. A spray is put in there, okay? Just think Pam, not Pam, but think Pam, so that the material doesn't stick. So what happens is your stamps still have that little thin coating of spray, okay? I'm going very generic with terms here, on them so that the material doesn't stick when they come out of the mold. You need to get that off before you start using your stamps, okay? And it's just one time. There's a couple of different ways to do it. Generally, what I will use is I'll use a little white eraser, just a rubber eraser. I will get a brand new stamp set and I will gently erase the entire stamp set. And I do the entire stamp set at once because then I know it's all been done. Doesn't make sense for me to go, oh, I'm going to use February and then just do February now. So I do the entire stamp set at once. When I'm erasing, I am gentle. I'm not back in 3rd grade trying to erase the heck out of my wrong math answer, erase so hard I rip a hole in the paper, right? I just want to erase lightly. Then I need to make sure to clean that eraser off, okay? And then I want to fully dry my stamp before I put the ink on. That process will get rid of that coating. Now, that's not the only way to do it. Some people say they just take the stamp and put it on their arm. Now, I don't do that because I have different kinds of lotions and things on my arm. And then I'm just getting rid of one coating and putting another coating on it, right? Or you can just stamp a bunch of times. So I want to show you one more thing in relation to that, and then we'll keep going. This was my stamp testing notebook before it filled up. Here is an example of just stamping to get the coating off. You can't see the coating, okay? So here I stamped the number 5. Now, do you see there's some spaces where the ink has not adhered, right? There's nothing wrong with that, okay? There's nothing wrong with that at all. Depending on the type of stamp and the type of ink, it may look more like that. It may be super noticeable when you first start, but that was just not getting the coating off, not using the eraser or sticking it on my skin. That was put the ink on and stamp, and that's what we're looking at there. So I re-inked. Now look at how different. When I re-inked again, I actually have no space up here where I didn't have before. So re-ink again, look at the 3rd version. The 3rd version, I've got all kinds of space where the ink didn't adhere. The fourth time, that is now all of that coating is gone. I can see all that coating is gone because there's no more white space. Now, there's nothing wrong with any of those stamped impressions. It's just your personal preference. I like that. I like to have a very nice, solid impression. But if you've ever stamped before and thought you were doing something wrong or you had a bad product because it always looked kind of blotchy, that's because your stamp was not conditioned yet. It wasn't ready to use yet. Okay. All right, let's have a quick sip of water. Okay, so now we're ready to make our list. This is kind of plain. We need some more color over here. I can tell before I even do anything. I need some red, right? I need a little red because this is very much red over here and there's really no red over here. So I'm going back to red again and I'm just going to put something down. I'm just going to say, move on, Layle. It's fine. Whatever you want to do, just get on with it. What if we do that? What if we put maybe like a red right there instead of putting it over here? I think that could work. I think it could work. Yeah, we're just gonna go with it. All right, let's start making our list. So how do I make my list? Throughout the month, I have 2 things going on. One of them is Deborah, Layle, thanks to you. Jody lives close by me. Deborah, so I know lots of Jodys. Tell me Jody's last name. Jody lives close by me and we hope to meet soon. We cannot believe how much, I understand. I get it. Deborah, you've met someone here named Jody and you figured out that you guys live near each other. I love that. I love it. You've reached out via Facebook. Crazy small world. Okay, totally get it. That's so cool. I love that. You guys forming relationships here. So awesome. All right. So throughout the month, I am taking photos, right? Always taking the photos because I never know what I might want to use for what. So I always have the photos. And then I'm keeping a list on my phone of the different things that happened, okay? I have a list on my phone of the different things that happened. And then when I sit down to get ready for today, I then put that list here in my little handy dandy notebook. So that's what I have going on here. These are the things that, happened during the month. So I am going to now write this list. We're done with this stamp set. So let's, we should probably put the cover on it and get it put away, or else that could be causing me some issues. I might lose some of those. All right, let's put that off to the side. Okay, so things that happened during the month of February. I'm not ready yet. Still not ready yet because I need something to separate visually all the little things on my list because this is just a run-on list. I'm just going to start writing and it's going to be a run-on list. So, where is it? Oh, here we go. On this list, I used a little snowflake stamp, a little bullet stamp to separate the things on my list. So I need something like that to separate the things on my list. So let's get a bullet stamp out. How about that? And there are 1, 2, 3 bullet stamps. Bullets and more 2, and bullets and more 3. It being February and all, ooh, maybe this one. This is from Bullets and More 3, and this little cute stamp. Let's look. It's a little heart and a circle. Now, I think each of these stamp sets, Bullets and More 2, Bullets and More 3, probably all have hearts on them. Bullets and More definitely has hearts. There's 3 different versions of hearts there. Bullets and More 2, I think no hearts on, oh no, there is. There's a heart right there on Bullets and More 2. But I think we might want to use this little guy. That fun little heart in a circle. So what I'm going to do, since this is a bullet stamp, I am going to adhere it to the end of my stylus. Now, there is a direction to this stamp. What I mean by that is, maybe this is now where this would work. Maybe I can try my pink here. What I mean by that, let's just stamp this little stamp. There's a direction to this stamp. So if I don't stamp it the same way every time, my little heart is going to be going lots of different directions, right? Upside down, right side up. So I want to make sure that I'm always holding my stylus the same way so that my little stamp is always facing the same direction. So do you see how I just did that there? See how those are all same direction? The way that I did that is how I lined it up on my stylus in relation to this little sticker that's there. That's why that little sticker is there. So there's your little scattered squirrel. That's our little mascot. If I make sure that my stamp is lined up to stamp the right direction, the right orientation, every time based on where the squirrel is, like that, then I just stamp that way every time and I'm good. I am good. Wanda said, I finally got my chamois to work with me, her stamp chamois. It was stiff as a board and I couldn't get it to work. Yes, it is like stiff like a piece of cardboard when they first come out of the package. You need to wet it and get it really wet, and then it's kind of like a, it's pliable. She said, I found a mini trash can with a lid and put the chamois inside after I wet it and it stays soft. So this is what I have here. I have this is actually a salt cellar. It's linked in the description box of the video. I just got it off of Amazon. You guys told me about this. Some of you told me about this, but I have it sitting here like this when I'm working with it closed so it still stays damp for the 3 hours I'm using it. Here's a little public service announcement. If you are using anything to store your little wet stamp chamois, when you are done, either take it out or open the lid. Because if you don't, guess what happened? You've just created some kind of culture in there. It just smells really moldy, right? Kind of if you forget something in the wash machine for a day, it just gets really musty and moldy. So let it air out when you're done using it. Hi, Fauna. Nice to see you. Fauna, will I see you next month? Will I see you at 3 Crab Chicks? but you know what? I don't know. Is this going to be too light? I don't know. Let's see. Let's just see. I'm not going to use the little, my little pencil board here because it's going to be a little bit too hard to try to keep it in there. I think I'll be fine with that. So here we go. In February, I had physical therapy twice, which I have now stopped doing because it makes me so incredibly dizzy that I can't function after. So the other problem with that is because I have no pain with what I have going on, it's hard to know if it works or not. So anyhow, physical therapy twice. I still have ongoing dizzy spells. In December, I had some very odd things going on, ended up in the ER. Through now we're like two and a half months in, after 2 MRIs. I will have a CAT scan next week. Still trying to dive into it further, but I have cervical spinal stenosis and degenerative disc disease in my neck. So basically it's arthritis in your neck. Your vertebrae in your neck start to wear and break down. And because there's nothing supporting them, then your spinal canal starts to narrow. And so that does all kinds of weird things with the nerves in your neck because little things are poking in like bone spurs, which I also have. Anyhow, so CAT scan in 2 weeks just to narrow anything else, not narrow, I guess rule anything else out maybe, and then go from there. So yes, ongoing dizzy spells. So now they're not sure if that's because of things, bone spurs poking into my nerves or if there's something else going on. Appointment with neurologist. New guy. No, this is funny. Well, I don't know if it's really funny. I'm not quite sure how to take this. I'm not quite sure what he meant by it, and I didn't ask him. At the end of the appointment, he said, so, in looking at your neck MRI and then looking at you in person, the MRI looks a lot worse than you look. And I'm like, okay, okay, whatever. He's a little different, had a little bit of a different personality. So I just kind of rolled with it. I'm like, okay, whatever that means. You know what, Carolyn, it's not painful. It's not painful at all, which is interesting. The only reason we knew that there was an issue because I had some very bizarre, like near fainting episodes and vertigo and all kinds of things, and then the neck issues came out of that through the MRI. Otherwise, it wouldn't have even known. So yeah, not painful. Just the dizziness is the part that gets a little frustrating. All right, we had supper club at our house with our friends. That's something that we used to do when we were all first married. We all went to college together. Nick and 2 of his fraternity brothers are married to one of my sorority sisters and then another lady. But so we've known each other all for years and years and years. But when we were first married, because none of us had any money, we would do what we called supper club. So instead of going out to dinner, we'd all go over to someone's house once a month, and that person's house would make whatever it was for dinner. And so we kind of have brought that back a little bit. So we did that at our house. So that was kind of fun. I watched the Grammys. So you'll see the things on my list are not necessarily like big things. I mean, some of them are big, some of them are little. It just depends. I decide what goes on my list, right? We watched the Grammys. I also, Nick was out of town. Lots of traveling this month. Nick was out of town, and so I watched American Idol too. And I love American Idol. I love American Idol, especially at the very beginning of the season when they're doing all the auditions. It makes me cry, but it's always such a good cry. Oh my goodness, it's such a good cry. Sometimes we need a good cry because sometimes that good crying at someone's audition in American Idol lets some of our other feelings come out. So yes, I always love a good cry. Um, watched American Idol. Ooh. And my mom told us about this. We just binged The Last of Us with Pedro Pascal. Watched The Last of Us. He's up for, I don't know, in one of the award shows he was up for something. So he's probably still up because I don't think all the awards are over yet. Let's see. Colleen said, Layle, question of the doctors linked your migraines to spine issues. So the neurologist, they don't know, right? They don't know. He said it could have something to do with that. The episodes where I had the vertigo and fainting and all of that, he thinks those were vestibular migraines, which was very interesting. So he's not sure, but all of the things that were happening in December could be not related to my neck at all, which is interesting. So I don't know. I'd gone off my hormones for a while, and that's when those weird things started happening. And he's like, oh, because migraines can be hormone related. So it could all be in this one big giant mess, completely separate from all the neck issues. So anyhow, could be worse though. Could absolutely be worse. Gabby said, I have arthritis in hands really bad. I'm pretty sure I have it in my back and shoulder, but haven't gotten checked yet. I often feel dizzy too. I'm sorry, Gabby. I can't speak to arthritis in your hands and other parts of your body. I can tell the dizziness is hard to deal with because they don't know if it'll continue, and don't know if there's anything to treat it because they don't know what it is, right? If it's caused by the arthritis in my neck and the bone spurs and the narrowing of my spinal canal, well, there's not really anything. You can't reverse it. I'm on an arthritis medication, and I don't know if that's working or not because I have no pain. It's just the dizziness comes and goes. So I don't know. It's one of those kind of weird, hard to know, right? Colleen's looking forward to The Masked Singer coming back, and Sarah says, love Pedro. Amazing show. It was a really good, really, really good. Colleen said high temps, extreme heat can also trigger vertigo. And it was in December. So who knows? It's one of those, I don't know if we'll ever have a clue. I had to go to the dentist to replace a filling. So this type of documenting, it's definitely a one and done, right? This is how I document my month every month. And it's a great way to just get it all down. It's documented, done, easy, manageable, approachable, check mark, and then I'm off, right? So it's something that I've been very good about. Like I said, 45 months in a row now. Or close to that. We went to a Super Bowl party at our friends the Becks, and we made friendship bracelets. So that's why that picture is there. Those are ones I already had, friendship bracelets. And what was kind of fun about that, most of those, I think, in fact, maybe all of them, let's see. One says Layle, one says be kind. Layle, squirrel, and she loves color. Those were all made and given to me at She Loves Color by different participants, which was so fun. Love and Be Kind. Those were some that I purchased from, oh my gosh, guys help me, what's her name? Starts with an A. Our little young friend from Phoenix, Ariana, is that right? A couple years ago, I bought those from her little Etsy store. So, I took all the stuff up to this party, and we made some friendship bracelets, which that was kind of fun during the Super Bowl. Let's see. Oh yes, finished. I guess worked on and finished the 2023 idea book That's funny placement for that was fun. Actually, what I feel like I should do here, maybe I should just call those little guys out a little bit. Like that, just because they're a little bit harder to see because they kind of blend in because they're black, right? All right, let's keep going. We're almost done here. This one is, like I said, this particular list always takes a while just because there's lots of talking and lots going on. Oh yeah, so we bought a new treadmill and I started taking classes. My regular doctor, my primary care doctor, who I saw quite a bit in January because of all the things that were going on, read me the Riot Act because when she said, you know, tell me about your typical day, what are you doing, are you exercising? And I said, no. And she said, you know, you only have one body and and what are you going to commit to? And she said, I'm going to call you and make sure you're committing to it. So yes. Working on that, obviously, well, not obviously, but we went to Hawaii for Nick's business trip, Always enjoy ourselves when we do that. One of the things that we did, the last day that we were there, we did a tour excursion to snorkel with the turtles. Now, I will tell you, this is not in like some little enclosure. This is in the middle of the ocean, which is very cool, a little bit seasick. And I knew that I get seasick. So I took Dramamine ahead of time. And let me tell you what, if I had not taken any Dramamine, I would probably still be seasick. And this, we got home a week ago tomorrow. There were people on that boat that I felt so bad for because you're in the middle of the ocean and it was a little bit like this. And it was amazing and it was so much fun. And to see the turtles, because you're just, you know, in the middle of the ocean. So you're looking at the turtles. There's a place in the ocean near where we were called Turtle Valley, Turtle Canyon. It's called Turtle Canyon. So they know turtles are always there because it's a place where they always hang out. But anyhow, yes, it was so much fun. But holy cow, lots of bouncing on that boat. So much so that we had taken an Uber to the marina to take for the excursion because it was about 3 miles from our hotel. We walked back. I'm like, Nick, I can't get in a car right now. So we walked back, but it was good. I think that day we had like 20,000 steps. It was good. So lots of walking in Hawaii, basically about 3 miles every day. Because that's part of what we do there. Get up early and go walk to coffee and then walk. And also lots of acai bowls. One a day for breakfast. So yummy. Like fruit bowl and acai is I don't know, some kind of fruit blended stuff. All right, what else do we have here? Oh, we did something that our friends call the Miller Classic. One of our neighbors, he used to be a professional hockey player. And so every year we go to a hockey game and anyhow, that's what that was. So we did that. And then, oh yes, kind of wrapping up the month, we lost power for 9 hours one day. That was Wednesday of this week because I was going to do What's New Wednesday and the power went out at 9:30 a.m. And I did not ever schedule that because I wasn't sure when the power was going to go back on. And sure enough, 9 hours, 6 p.m. it finally came back on. You know what, Terry? I haven't tried seasick bands. I'm absolutely willing to give it a go, right? Absolutely willing to give it a go. Ariana, yes, little bracelets. Um, Terry, I know I don't normally cover up that lower photo. I totally forgot this morning when I printed it. Totally forgot. All right, there you go, friends. So there we are. There is my about last, whoopsie. Press down on that a little bit more. There is my about last month for the month of February. All right, so give me one quick sec. I'm going to put some of these things away and we are going to start talking about our next list. If you join me a little bit later, I mentioned one of the big projects that I just wrapped up yesterday because it just uploaded to the printer yesterday is this, the volume 2 for 2023 idea books. These are all the lists for 2023. This is coming out on March 22nd. There is more writing in this one than I did in the original one. So there are a number of different articles. And in one of those articles, I talked about, just very briefly, the type of list that I call a time capsule. So a lot of what we do, a lot of our lists are time capsules. And what I mean by that, it's a snapshot of a particular point in time, right? Like a what a day, or a today looks like this. Or really even this is really like a little time capsule for February of 2024, right? So time capsules, the whole concept of time capsules, very much on my mind this past week as I was, I shouldn't say I, because there are three of us that are very heavily involved in that idea book. My graphic designer, and then Amy who does so much work to help me with so many different things. But, oh yes, so as, I was doing all the writing on that, I kind of really had time capsule on my mind. And so I started thinking, you know what? Why don't we do a list about a time capsule and what we would put in a time capsule if we're going to do a time capsule? So there's two things I want to start out with. I want to show you. And these are two time capsules in my life. I'm going to start with this. And this will be a photo that I am using on the next list that we do, the time capsule list. So this is a photo of our son, Jack. Jack is now 26 years old. This is a photo of Jack in 2008, because that's what his little writing says right there. He is holding a time capsule, okay? This is the time capsule, okay? It is a baggie. It's probably like a kit bag, so like a 13 by 13 bag from 2008. And he wrote this. There was a photo of him there. There's a Pokemon card. This is a Pokemon card. They were very popular in 2008. So this whole bag that he did is a time capsule. Now, what prompted this time capsule, and we will likely never see this time capsule again. I think, if I remember correctly, I think we had him write, Nick, my husband, I think we had him write Nick's phone number on here so that the person that found this time capsule could reach out to us in the future. So this time capsule was put in this right here, okay? In our last house, we were there for 18 years. At one point, well, clearly in 2008, we had our front stairs redone. It was this kind of big staircase and we had it redone. So as they were doing the newel posts, like the little corner posts, those were hollow. And I don't know what made us decide to do this, but I said, hey, Jack, you know what would be really cool? Why don't we do a little time capsule and let's put it in that newel post? Because someday someone will find it and it'll be really cool because they'll learn about you in 2008 and what life was like for a kid in 2008. So we will likely never see that again. But how cool, some point in the future, someone will be tearing that staircase out and find Jack's little time capsule. So that is kind of the whole concept of a time capsule that we're going to list about today. If you're not familiar with a time capsule is basically stuff that you put together to look at a later date. And that stuff that you put together would be representative of the current time. All right, so that's the one thing that I wanted to kind of show you and share. Here's another one. This is a time capsule. This is a like a little wine bottle, you know, like it's like a little wine bottle gift box. Okay, so you can tell once a scrapbooker, always a scrapbooker. This is 2010. So this was a project that Jack did in school in 2010, and everyone in their class did a time capsule. So being the scrapbooker that I've been forever, he came to me and said, Mom, I need help. So we pulled out stickers and all kinds of things. So sixth grade, they made these time capsules, and then they were instructed to not open them until they graduated from high school. Well, we totally forgot about this when Jack graduated from high school. We opened it a couple of years ago, but here's an example of like a real live time capsule, okay? Look at the lid. There's this little picture of his school picture in 2010, and then all the things in here. What's really interesting, you guys, is we start kind of thinking about what you would put in a time capsule. Well, what we do every time we're together here on a Saturday is basically a time capsule, because all of these lists that we're making are time capsules. This right here is a total time capsule. It is very representative of what I did, what happened in my life in February of 2024. Or here's another one, things I'm looking forward to this year. This is very much a time capsule, okay? So we're kind of already doing our time capsules every Saturday. These are the things that Jack had put in his time capsule when he was in sixth grade, my sixth grade time capsule. A Lego car that has since fallen apart, right? I don't know how this went on here, but somehow this went on here. Is a little Lego car. Oh, there we go. Looks like a little Lego garbage truck, I think. Oh, it is, because look it's got a little hinge on it. Yep. His little Lego garbage truck, and I guess this goes somewhere up here, because he was very into Legos back then. His ski pass, okay? His ski pass. There's more part of that little truck. A baseball, because Jack was playing baseball back then. And I left it totally open to him on what he wanted to do. I'm sure that his teacher gave them some kind of, ideas. And then I probably gave him a few more ideas. This was from his teacher. This is kind of cool. Look at 2010. Dear Jack, I really enjoyed having you in my class this year. This makes me want to cry. You are so knowledgeable. I know that if you use that knowledge and the skills you have, that you will be able to do great things in this world. I have also appreciated your integrity at all times, and I have loved the enthusiasm you have demonstrated for life and learning. These are great gifts, and I hope that you use them to bless your life as well as the lives of others. Jack, I know that you have the ability to make positive changes in this world. I also know that if you work hard, you can reach any goals that you set for yourself. Don't be afraid to do that. You are an awesome individual, and I feel honored to have been your teacher. All right, so then I had written a little letter or card to Jack, okay? It's 9:42 p.m. on Wednesday, May 26th. You had a baseball game tonight. We had a quick dinner after at Sweet Tomatoes, and now you're working on your sixth grade time capsule. I thought it would be fun that I write you a letter to include in your time capsule. I'm so proud of you, buddy, more than you'll ever know. You're such a good kid, smart, friendly, caring about other people, and thoughtful. I know sometimes we don't seem to get along and that I might seem hard on you. It's only because I'm trying to teach you all the things that are so important for you to learn at this age, like respect and responsibility and priorities. You make me proud to be your mom, and I love you, Jack. Love, Mom. Report card. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, you guys. Look it. I opened this morning, but I didn't go through everything. Report card. I chose my report card because it makes me feel good about myself. It brings me joy because I know I started sixth grade well. And that's, I did not expect this, you guys. Oh, I'm sorry. I chose this truck because I like Legos, and I have for a long time. The thing I like about them is that you can take something very simple and turn it into something very complex. A ski pass. a baseball, my hero paragraph. Look at this one. This is something that Jack wrote in 2005. My hero is someone in my family. He is my grandpa. His name is Pete. I admire, I admire him because he used to protect America at sea, and that is why he is my hero. My dad is a Navy fighter pilot. So then Jack explained my hero paragraph. I chose this because it makes me proud of family. It was really one of my first good paragraphs. This first grade artifact was found in my basement. Gargoyle. So look at this. Gargoyle. And he explained why he put a gargoyle in there. Orange card. Oh, okay. Orange card. I chose this because it reminds me of my friends at my old school. It makes me feel good because it shows me what people think about me. These are, I remember this. This is in one of his classes. They had all the kids write something nice about each of the kids. So look at, he is a kind and giving boy. You are giving and really smart and nice. You are tall and good looking. Anyhow, but look at how that kind of impacted him. Anyhow, I could like seriously go through all of this. Here's his little report card, family photo. Look at us. Oh, gosh. A popular science magazine. And then his little graduation certificate from the DARE program. So that is a time capsule. All right. That is an example of a time capsule. All right. That is just an example. Oh my gosh. I need a Kleenex. Hang on. That's just an example of a time capsule. And that is a time capsule with lots of physical things in it. But kind of going back, all of these things that we do every Saturday, you guys, these are all time capsules. This is all writing, right? This one, here's what was happening in the month of December in the news. Here's my about last year for 2023. Things I want to forget about 2023. One of the time capsule type lists that we've done in the past, things in my fridge, right? Things in my fridge. Terry, oh my gosh, how are you not bawling? That was, I really had to, yeah. You guys don't hear me cry often or see me cry often. I'm not like a huge crier, unless it's American Idol, and then clearly other things are coming out of my emotions there. But no, that was, yeah, that was just very special. So here's the thing about a time capsule. I am going to make a list about things that I would put in my time capsule. You can do a time capsule. It's never too late, right? Colleen, it's never too late. I say Colleen because I know that Colleen is one of our very wise listers, right? I know Colleen has had many life experiences. Never too late. If Tabitha, if you're here, your daughter totally just, I know it starts with an A, and it totally just, it totally just left me. She's younger, right? I think she's 12. You could do a time capsule for her now. Time capsules you guys can do at the birth. You could do a time capsule at a wedding. You could do a time capsule at a high school graduation. You could do a time capsule really anytime. So it's never, ever, ever too late. I feel very fortunate to have that time capsule of Jack's when he was in 6th grade. I mean, this is, talk about just like a priceless thing, right? But you guys could do one of these at any time. If you have grandkids, Nancy Mars, if you're still here, your little cute grandkids, you could totally do something like that with them. And what's so fun is I think kids really can get into a project like that because it's all about them, right? It's all about them. It's all about their stuff. But in this one, we're going to write a list, or I'm going to write a list about what I would put in my own time capsule. But I am going to use this photo of Jack in his little time capsule from 2008. All right. Woo! All right, now I had to reset. Let's have a little bit of water. Marilee, this is great perspective. Marilee is a teacher. Marilee said, when I taught 6th grade, I had my students write to themselves when they were seniors. They wrote down their favorites, headlines during that year, etc. Then their senior year, I sent them the letter. Oh, Marilee, that is so special. I love that so much. Marilee says now as a first grader, she's a first grade teacher now, I have them write to themselves when they are sixth graders. Oh, it just is, anyhow. But so you guys think about this. Think about this. Think about what we do here on a Saturday. Even if you're not making your own time capsule, you really have been. And if you've been with me for a day, if today's your first day, or you've been with me for 4 years since we started doing this 4 years ago, you've been making your own time capsule all along, right? You've been making your own time capsule because these that we create, whether you're doing it in a traveler's notebook or a happy planner, or you're doing them on 12 by 12 scrapbook pages, whatever it is, we've been building our own time capsules all along. Did you know that? That's what we've been doing, which is so fun. Okay, so this is going to be a 2-page list because I have this photo that I just have to use. I think I can go back to this spread now because, let's see, did I want to do the photo? I want to do the photo in this size. Oh, poor kitty. Oh, you guys, Reggie's just sitting outside. I have glass doors on my craft room, and he's just sitting there just looking at me with a pile of air pillows and the little bubbles, the wrapping bubble paper, because he thinks that they're his prey and he likes to bring them to you. Anyhow, when I print photos for my traveler's notebook, I am 99% of the time using the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. Okay, I'm usually using that printer. It prints 3.5 by 5s, 4 by 6s, or 5 by 7s. Sometimes I want to do a larger photo. So let's talk about larger photos for a minute. I have I think it's an Epson XP 15,000. It prints, it prints wide format. No, it doesn't. It doesn't print wide format. It prints up to 8.5 by 11, right? So I took this photo, I sized it in Photoshop so it would fit my traveler's notebook. If you're familiar with the company Persnickety Prints is a Utah-based company. It is a woman-owned. Shari Pack owns and runs Persnickety Prints. They do amazing photo printing at very reasonable prices. And they do large traveler's notebook size prints. So they do 2 different sizes. They do a standard, which is 4.33 by 8.25. And then they also do like our standard wide. And they don't call them that. You just have to look for the sizing, a 5 by 8.25. So I worked with Shari a couple of years ago on that wider format. So if you want to have wider, like traveler's notebook sized photos, and you don't have a bigger printer, you don't want to know how to do it, you don't want to mess with it, you can order through Persnickety Prints. All right, but this I printed at home because I printed this morning. All right, so let's go ahead and trim this down. Let's trim this guy down. Wanda, I love that. Wanda said, I taught preschool. I didn't have them do a time capsule, but we did a photo album of all the important things we did during the year. It was my favorite thing to do with them. I hope something. I love that, right? I love that. And you know that, the second, not this one, not the 2008 one, but the 2010 time capsule, that was something that Jack's 6th grade teacher did. And Marilee, it's interesting that you said 6th grade as well. So it's a lot of things, Wanda and Marilee and anyone else here that's a teacher. The amazing things that you do for our children. And when I say our children, even if you don't have kids, our children, because we're part of the world, right? They're our children. So amazing things that teachers do for our children, to bring them up and teach them all the things, and teach them all the things that, not even school things, right? Not even like the 3 R's, but teaching them things like this. They're just amazing. Amazing what you guys do. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right, so now I am going to round the outs. I don't know. You know what? No, I'm going to do it over here. It's good. I'm going to round the outside corners because I use rounded inserts. And I'm going to adhere that. Now, in order to adhere that, I'm going to pull out a little bit different adhesive for this guy. The reason I'm going to do that is if I use my regular old tape runner, I am going to have a problem with this part not wanting to stick because it has to go. It's having to like follow that curve because there's so much that's happened so far in my insert, right? So I want to apply a little bit of extra adhesive along this edge. I'm going to use double-sided score tape, all right? That will be very nice and secure. And I want that, I'm actually just gonna do it everywhere. That will make sure that that stays adhered as it's trying to kind of go around that curve. My eye makeup's probably all over the place now. I'm pretty certain there were some tears. No, I know there were some tears. I just don't know if they ended up on my face. Wanda, my last class of preschoolers are now seniors. Oh, I love that. That's so sweet. That is so sweet. Terry, that's exciting. Terry said, I get a granddaughter in May. My daughter is marrying a man that has a 5-year-old little girl. We adore her already. And oh my goodness, what a lucky little girl she is to have you as a grandma, Terry. Oh my goodness, that's so special. Colleen, you could give that to Jack when he buys his first home to bury somewhere on his property. Ah, yes, that would be so neat. That would be so neat. So I am going to, Jack doesn't know that he's the subject of today's. Yeah, you know what? Here's the deal. My kids, our kids, I should say, not my kids, because they're our kids, have been the subject of lots of things over the years. Because I've, been scrapbooking, memory keeping, whatever you want to call it, for so long. They're in lots of magazines, and they just know that's kind of what, with me, that's kind of what they get, right? That is kind of what they get. Now, I did change this photo to black and white. I did that because it was kind of looked like this. Now, nothing wrong with this, but that was very much going to drive the whole kind of color of everything, and I didn't really kind of want that brownish greenish to be the color of everything, so I just turned black and white. Then I can do whatever I want. All right, so let's see some of the papers that I had out on my kind of flat lay spread, if you saw it on YouTube or in the email or what have you. I had pulled out papers from the brand new Good Vibrations collection from Pretty Little Studio. That one okay, so here's the deal. That one could be kind of fun, but we're going to end up covering a lot of that. So that may or may not work. Actually, I'm going to make it work. I'm going to make it work because this is what I'm going to do. I have to think about this for a minute. I'm just kind of thinking in my head. Here's my sketch, friends. Terry, no time limit today. No time limit. Thank you. Oh, Wendy has a new grandchild coming as well. So exciting for you guys. It's so excited. So this is my little sketch here. There's the photo. I was going to put a little title right there, a little just embellishment. And then over here, my little title here would say time capsule. And then something up here. So the something up there may just end up being that. And then I just do a little piece here that has my title, and I think that's what I'm going to do. All right, I think I've got it. I think I know what I'm going to do. So this paper pack, Good Vibrations, is 6 by 9. So I am going to, do I want that in the corner? I think I want that in the corner. Let's trim this down. I am going to trim it to 4 3/4 by 8. So 4 3/4 by 8. I want it to be 4 3/4 by 8 because I'd like to have a little bit of a white border all around the edge. Because my insert is standard wide, so it is 5 by 8.25. So if I trim this to 4 3/4 by 8, I'll have that little bit of border all the way around. Now let's round these corners, just the outsides. So that will be the base of my little spread there. What's so funny, I mean, not that color, but it's really I probably could have kept the color. I don't know. You know what I may end up doing, you guys? When all is said and done, I don't know. It'll be interesting if I don't know if I'll use the black and white photo. I might not. I might go print it in color. We'll see. I had this little die cut, the good stuff. I thought that could maybe be fun there. I don't know. We'll kind of leave that there for a minute. We'll focus on this. All right. So now I need to start the base of my list. I get some white cardstock out here. And this will not be, I'm thinking that I could just do something like this, like that, and then the title here, and then what I really wish at some point, other than that photo, that is the photo of what was in Jack's, time capsule that we put in the newel post of our old house. I really wish I knew what was in there, because then this could be a list of that, but it won't be. This is just going to be a list of things I'd put in my time capsule, even though that's Jack. Let me see. Wendy said it's our oldest son's child. The time capsule thing is making me think of him for sure, because we made one for him when he was born. He'll be 25 in August. Oh my goodness. So fun. Wanda said, my son will only let me take his picture if I don't post them. I'll take what I get. I know, right? Wanda, is that a new paper collection? It is, yes. It's Good Vibrations from Pretty Little Studio. It is linked in the description box of the video. All right, so this is what I'm thinking. I think that there, and then time capsule here, and then I'm going to put right above it what I'd put in a time capsule. I think that's my thought. Let's move this over. That's getting in my way a little bit. So if this is here, now let's look at some of the other little embellishments here. These are die cuts from that Good Vibrations collection. This one is called, these are the Keep Going die cuts. You guys, this is something interesting. For those of you that did the, or have started the 2024 year in review project with me, the die cuts that are in that I had specially done were in collaboration with my friend Ashley, the Cut Shop. Ashley is the one who designed this collection for Pretty Little Studio, Ashley Horton. So that's kind of fun. That's kind of fun. All right, so I was looking in here, that I got that good stuff out of this pack, and those are the Keep Going die cuts, but I just saw something on there that I thought could be fun. Look at this little guy. Nah, that's too much. Maybe that's too much matchy-matchy, unless this comes over here. Maybe this comes over here somehow, and then we do this over here, and then I use the good stuff for something else. How about that? How about that? Maybe we do this, and then this goes here. Oh yes, I think I'm going to like that much better. And then we'll do our little title and everything. All right, back to this. Let's cut white cardstock, because my little list will go on white cardstock. So I'm just going to eyeball this, that, and let's say that. Okay, this is going to be about 3 3/4 inches wide by 5 inches tall. 3 3/4 by 5. This will go here. Did I just make that? All right, so I need to redo that because I would really like this to be lots taller. So we'll have 3 3/4. Let's try 3 3/4 by 7. Probably should have just figured that out ahead of time, but that's okay. 3 3/4, maybe by 7. I bet that's a little bit. Let's do 6 3/4 and see how we like that. 3 3/4 by 6 3/4. There we go. That's better. Alrighty, so let's take this, do a little outline here, and then I'm going to switch pens in a second for the next thing that I'm going to do. I also would like to outline that my base pattern, but I need to switch pens. That's a regular old Sharpie. That's what I use for 100% pretty much of my writing. I'm switching to this pen. This is a Zig photo signature pen. This pen is meant to write on photos. Okay, it's meant to write on photos. You know, photos have a slick surface to them, right? If I write with a pen, have you ever tried to write with a pen on a photo? It doesn't really work, right? When you are writing on any type of surface that has a coating on it, you need to be aware of what type of pen that you're using, because sometimes, depending on the surface of your paper, whatever you write on, it may tend to bleed a little bit. So there's a little bit of coating on this paper. I am going to do my outlining with this photo signature pen. And then it will not smear. And then if I want to, I could even outline my photo with it. Like that. I could even come in and outline my photo, because that's what it's meant for. It just went off the edge there. I didn't know where one end started and where it stopped. So you know, if you've ever tried to write on a photo, even with like a Sharpie, it doesn't work. That special pen does, because it's meant for that, and those on the website. Photo signature pen. All right, there we go. Now we've got our little outline like we always have, and here's this little recorded is going to go up here. I'm not sure yet what we'll put on there above it, unless we put the rest of our title. I'm going to stamp time capsule. So this, what I put in, I don't know, we'll see about that. All right, so for title, let's go ahead and use Reggie Alpha. We'll use Reggie Alpha. Time capsule. This will say time capsule, and I'm going to do time and then capsule. I'm going to stack it instead of put it side to side. I don't think it will fit side to side. There are two versions of the Reggie Alpha. There are two versions of the Reggie Alpha stamp set. This is the Reggie Alpha, which is solid, and then this one is called Reggie Alpha Outlined. So this can be used by itself, either with just your black stamping ink or whatever color. You could then color it in after you stamped if you wanted, or you can stamp with this and then stamp that on top, so you'd kind of have an outline. But I think I'm just going to do this one. I think I'm just going to do that one. One of the things that I do want to do, I am going to draw a line with a pencil, because I am not going to stamp what I put in a time capsule. Let's see. What I put in let me just grab, let's get those ready. Let me get these little guys ready. These are those little acrylic blocks. I am going to stamp each of these letters individually, as opposed to stamping them in one line on one stamping block, because I like to be able to control how close my letters are together. I like the look of them being closer together. So I'm going to stamp each of these individually. So I am going to use my pencil. I better put this down. I better put all these things down first. I'm going to use my pencil to draw a line so that I know where to stamp to keep them lined up, and then I will go back and erase that line later. There we go, recorded. Well, might as well put the date in there, huh? I know there was seemed like there was a heart in here somewhere that was that kind of color. We could pull that yellow in if we wanted. I think we could do that. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Like that. And then I will just write my own date here. Oh, I'm going to use that photo signature pen again, just in case. I don't know if there's a coating on that, but recording, this would be March. Oh, guess what? I know it's not really March 1st, but I wrote a 1 first, so guess what? Today is March 1st. And you know what? No one's going to know if I really did that on March 1st or March 2nd. All right, now we go back to this, my little pencil. Make a little line here. So I need to write my little title above what I put in A. Let's get that ready. What I put in A, and now we are ready. We know where to start our little T here. So I'm just figuring out where I need that little line to be. I think that's about it. Okay. Now, let me try to figure out how much room I would need here. I know it seems like it'd be a lot easier just to put these on one stamping block, but I already know that I like to control. I'm kind of a control freak. I like to control how much space is between all those little letters, and I like it to be nice and tight. So I think that will probably be good right there. All right, let me just mark a little mark right there. All right, so let's get this ready. I'm going to lose those two guys in a minute. All right, I just tested to make sure we're okay. When I am stamping, I am standing, okay? I recommend when you are standing, when you are stamping that you stand. You get way better leverage when you are standing versus when you're sitting when it comes to stamping. If you sit down, just sit down if you're standing. Move your little arms around. Your range of motion when you are sitting is not very much. Your range of motion in your arms. You kind of end up with these little T-Rex arms. T-Rex arms are not ideal when you're stamping. If you then stand up, your range of motion, you have so much more range of motion and leverage with your arms. So I always, well, I stand when I do everything. I stand when I work, I stand when I design, I stand pretty much all day, every day. I recommend when you are stamping that you are standing. I think your outcome will just be better. You also get a totally different perspective. I don't know, props to you guys that can craft sitting down. I cannot. I'm not used to it. I don't ever do that. So I do not have good perspective sitting. I find that things are way more even if I am standing, and I just get a better view, like a better bird's eye view, I guess, right? Better bird's eye view. What I put in a time capsule. So this is kind of a fun little story about this stamp set. This stamp set is called Reggie. Reggie is Sam's cat, our younger son, which is now our cat, because Sam had Reggie, and then Sam moved, and one of his new roommates was allergic to cats. Oh, I missed it by a minute, Colleen. I missed the angel time by a minute. Sorry that you guys keep seeing the top of my head when I do that, but that's what happens. So yes, Sam's roommate, when he moved, allergic to cats. So then Reggie came to live with us. And he is so fun. He's a goofball, but he's such a fun kitty. Before we had Reggie, when Sam still had Reggie, I named this stamp set after Reggie. So this stamp set is named after Reggie the cat. But before Reggie the cat came into our world. I mean, he was in Sam's world, but now he's in our world because now he lives at our house. And I will tell you, my whole plan when I did that, where's my retractable eraser? My whole plan, I'll have to erase those. Oh no, here it is. My whole plan when I did that was to name the stamps, any alphabet stamp sets that I release after cats in our life. So there is another stamp set coming out in March. It is an alpha stamp set, and it is called Olive. Olive is one of Jack's cats. Jack and his girlfriend, Olive. The cat's name is Olive. They have 3 cats. Olive, and I never remember the cat number 2. Cat number 3, I will not be naming a stamp set after cat number 3. Cat number 3 was a rescue. And they found cat number 3 in the parking lot of a Chinese food restaurant. And they named the cat Wonton. Isn't that cute? But yeah, there will not be a Wonton stamp set. I mean, nothing wrong with that. It's just, yeah, it would probably cause a lot of confusion. People would be like, what? All right, so do we think that'll be about even? C-A-P-S-U-L-E. I'm just trying to measure things out here. This is the one disadvantage of not keeping them all together. But I think it needs to be over here. C-A-P-S-U-L-E. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then C-A. I'm gonna say we go over just a little tad. I don't know. It's all a guessing game here. So we'll see. We shall see. Oh, that's going to actually be, I made that line way too low. Hang on. I think it's just because I'm trying to talk and not pay attention to what I'm doing. I think that's the problem. Don't put this down yet, Layle, because it still has ink on it. I think right there. Way better. Okay, let's try that again. I think C needs to go right here. C. All right, we're getting there. Carla said, my son had a bulldog he named Olive. She was an awesome dog. I loved her character. She was so cute. Debbie said you could start with the middle letter. Debbie, I totally could. What Debbie's talking about is when you have a word like capsule, that's 7 letters, the S would be the center letter. The only problem with doing that is that assumes that all of your letters are the same width, right? The letter L is going to be way skinnier than some of the other letters. So it could get me close, but it'd kind of be like this. The I is way skinnier than the M, and so sometimes you never know what you're going to get. So we just kind of play. We just kind of play and see what we get. See, and this is where we hope we spell it correctly, right? You'll probably hear me say capsule like 1,000 times as I'm stamping. C-A P-S-U-L-E. So some people love stamps. There are some things that stamps can do for you that say letter stickers cannot. And some people love letter stickers because there are some things that letter stickers can do for you that stamps cannot. Letter stickers would definitely be faster in this case, right? I'd probably be done with all of this by now. However, once you're out of a letter sticker, you're out of it, right? Once you're out of the letter sticker, once the P's are all gone, the P's are all gone. The other benefit of stamps is that you can do whatever color you want, right? You don't have to have black. You don't have to have black letter stickers in order to do this because you're stamping, you can make them whatever color you want. So a little bit more flexibility, but they take a little bit more time, right? A little larger investment originally, but over time, a lot less expensive because stamps, as long as you take good care of them, you can always use them, right? They will never expire. All right, so tell me, if you were doing a time capsule, what would you be putting in your time capsule? What would be in your time capsule? I have a list of things that I think would be in my time capsule, but it's your time capsule. You can decide whatever you want. You can decide whatever you want would be in your time capsule. Oh, Deborah, I just saw. Deborah said it would be fun to put the list in a pocket or envelope. That would totally be fun. Because then it would kind of be like a little time capsule, wouldn't it? Absolutely. Whoopsie. CAPSULE. So I have an idea. I'm going to keep on working here. I'm going to keep on working, but I'm going to think about something. All right, we're just about, okay, so this is interesting. I didn't really factor this in. I didn't really factor in, it's okay, it worked out all right, that I had an ascender. An ascender. So when you have a letter in an alphabet, if you draw an imaginary line, like here's an example, that imaginary line, whatever drops below the imaginary line, that's a descender. This would be an ascender. If I draw an imaginary line there, that's an ascender. It goes above the line. I didn't really think about having an ascender there, but it worked out okay because it's kind of at the very end. So that works. That works. This is another example of just playing. If you are like, why the heck is she doing all these individually? Play with your alphabet stamps. See what happens when you put them all on the same stamp block. You are limited to how close that you can get them to each other. And I know with these, I can't get them that close together because you have that padding or that little bumper of stamping material all the way around the stamp. I just know myself. I know myself. And anytime I don't do that, I know I'm like, gosh, I wish I had done that. Now, what's interesting, this little imaginary line, well, this pencil line that I drew here, I'm actually going to come back in and I'm going to make it really be there, because it will be a nice way to separate my title from the things that would be in my time capsule. All right, let's get those put away. Let's get these little guys put away. And then we will keep on writing. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Woo, that just made me dizzy spinning around like that. Okay, I'm going to see what you guys were saying. Hi, Karen Haynes. Good afternoon. It's 67 in Aurora today, so the dorm windows are open. And guess what, Karen? You just be prepared. We've got the crazy wind because the big storm is headed our way, probably in an hour or two. We'll probably drop 30 degrees in temperature, and then it'll start snowing. So, Karen, it's headed your way because you guys get the nice and warm. And you too, Terry, you guys get the nice and warm before the storm. It's the calm before the storm. Tracy said a nice bottle of wine. Anyway, like it. Karen would put Poison albums, and she means Poison is in the music band Poison. Karen said pictures of my kids and said packaging of Kraft macaroni and cheese. Love it. All right. So what I put in a time capsule, there's a couple more things I need to do before I actually start writing of what I'd really put in a time capsule. I would put, this is for sure going to go there because I think it just kind of helps tie everything in together. Oh, but I'm going to do it like that. So those little pieces that are coming down kind of mimic what's going up right there. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. And you know what? If you guys weren't here, I would still be saying that out loud to myself. I'd be like, oh yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Because I'm so used to talking to myself now from these Saturdays that, because I kind of have to talk the whole time, right? I'm so used to talking to myself out loud, saying everything that I'm going to do or everything that I'm doing, kind of like a play-by-play, that even when you're not here, I still do it because it's just a habit now. All right, what I put in a time capsule. This is going to be a run-on list because I have a lot of things I put in a time capsule. So run-on list, what I mean by that is very similar to that, or very similar to that, in that I'm just kind of writing and putting something in between all the things on my list. So what I'd like to see is, do you suppose in any of these, I don't know, did we do a clock? Would we have done a clock? Because that would be kind of fun. For some reason, I don't think we did a clock. That would have been a really fun idea. Would you believe that? No clock on any of these. All right, so what do I want to use then? What would I put in a time capsule? I could use that little book. I could use a pin. I could use a little thought bubble. I could use, what about over here? Just looking. And that's so funny. Like we probably have like 175 little icons now that all is said and done. You know what I'm going to use? And there is no clock. That's funny. I'm going to use these little stack of books, like on a little bookshelf, because that would kind of, work. That kind of be representative. All right, so there's that little guy. Now, color-wise, I feel like I'd like to use a color. So let's look here. Let's see. Yeah, bring it. Yeah, you get moisture. Same here. We definitely need the moisture here. So it will be a welcome storm, which to me is like an oxymoron. Welcome storm, not really in my book, but Twisted Citron. Oh, look it. This is when we were really wishing there was a mint. Bundled Sage. Actually, Bundled Sage could probably work. I think let's do Bundled Sage. Let's try that. Let's try Bundled Sage. Okay. Here we are. And, oh yes, we need our, okay, hold on. Do as I say, not as I do. Look at what I left on the end of the stylus. That little stamp would forever be gone because it would probably come off and then I would lose it. And then later I'd be like, oh my gosh, where's that little stamp that has the heart in the circle? Why is it missing? Because I didn't put it away. Sorry for that reach. Just stuff's falling. This needs to go back. Let's get that guy put away. And then we'll go with our little bookshelf stamps. All right, remember there's a direction to this stamp. So as I put that on the stylus, I am using the little squirrel as my placement, my little guide, so that as long as I am paying attention to where the squirrel is, then every time I should have the exact same direction or orientation of those little books. So let's see if we like the way this looks. And now I'm not paying attention. Either that or I don't have it on there right. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's funny. It kind of looks like a little city, but I don't know. That's really not the right color now. That is really not the right color. I do not like that color. So that's why we test. That's why we test ahead of time to make sure that we like it. Oh, well, you know what? It probably is. It's probably crushed olive. Oh my gosh, it's kind of funny. We were talking about olive. We're talking about olive. Jack's girlfriend's name is Kat. So Jack and Kat's cat, Olive. And now we're going to use crushed olive, maybe. Not crushed olive the cat, but crushed olive. Oh, I think that's it. That's for sure it. Crushed olive. I don't even know if I've ever used that color other than swatching it. Oh, let's get this out of here because it's not in yet. All right, what I'd put in a time capsule. What I'd put in a time capsule. The very first thing I would put in a time capsule is a signed and dated letter explaining the contents. So it's doing three things, right? Number one, it is my signature, which, kind of is part of personality, right? Our writing is part of our personality, so we see how that changes over time. Dated is super important. And then a letter, so it's just me writing, saying what's in there. I could put nothing else in a time capsule but one of my listing inserts. A listing insert. And what I mean by that is this, like one of these, right? Because look at, like, this is a time capsule in and of itself. I could put this in there and then later in my life, if I found it, or later if someone else found it, it would totally tell my story and give a snapshot of today, right? So I'd put one of my listing inserts in there. By putting one of those in there, that would tell you so many things like favorites and all different kinds of things, right? I would put a newspaper. Now, what's interesting about that is newspapers, back 20 years ago, if you were doing a time capsule, a little bit easier to come by. I mean, you can still find newspapers, but it would at least be a representative. It'd be a snapshot of that day, right, or that week in the news. A newspaper. Okay, so we've got that, a newspaper. Photos. All right, so photos of me, our family, and our house. Because I think that would give a very good representation of, what I look like now, our family, because the size of our family could change in the future, right? If our boys have partners or boyfriends or girlfriends or spouses or get married or have kids or whatever it is, right? Pets, but then our house too. A photo of your house or the contents of your house. It's very much a time capsule. Like if you think back to, I don't know, the 70s, I pretty much can guarantee you that one of the carpets in one of our houses was probably that color, right? Or the refrigerator, because that was kind of a big thing back then, right? All right. I would add a business card, my business card, okay? Because to me, that would be very much and it doesn't even have a phone number on it. Basically, has my website on it. Because that would be very representative of what my life is like right now, right? Years and years ago, when I worked for AT&T, I had a boss, and she was a general manager, and she had a wall hanging, I don't know, whatever, something that you put on the wall in her office made. She had kept every single one of her business cards throughout her career. And they were always like a tall, skinny, framed piece. And each of her business cards was on there. And it was really cool because it basically showed the progression of her career. So something like a business card, if you have a business card and you wanted to put that in there, or a business card of someone in your family, that very much kind of shows that it's very much like a specific point in time. I would put a postcard in there. A postcard from a trip. That would kind of represent how much that I love to travel, and then it would be from a particular trip. So I would put a postcard that I sent myself. I would put one of our wedding invitations. I still have some. A wedding invitation. No, yes. So I should say this. Our wedding invitation. Now, that would have been from 1995. So yes, very long time ago, but that would also kind of tell part of the story, right? I would put a tax return in there because that very much would be telling a story, right? Like if I had put a tax return, like when I was in college, when I worked part-time at a stationery store, and I really did, Andrea just made a great suggestion, and I want to answer that. Andrea said, Layle, on your stylus tool, would you be able to add a notch on one end of the tool? I know it might increase the cost, but it would be cool to have it. I asked lots of inquiry about what we could do on this in terms of a logo or a brand or some kind of marking, and they can't do it because it's very difficult from the investigating that we did to make any kind of marking or notch on a cylinder like this because it's a cylinder. Now, something like this guy was very easy to do because that is just, that's not even etched. It is just like stamped-ish on there. So that was easy to do because it's a flat surface. But they said on something like this, Very, very, very difficult to do to get it to work and to work consistently. But I like your thought. I like your thought. Can you wrap some washi around it? Well, here's the thing. It already has. I mean, you certainly could. You could certainly wrap washi around it, but that's what that little sticker is for. That little sticker is there so that you can kind of make sure, as long as you always have the little squirrel in the same position, that's how you know that that is in the same spot. Andrea, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Isn't there a clock in the bulletin more too? I don't know. Is there? Did I miss it? Yeah, I don't think so. There's a little TV. I do not see a clock unless I've looked at it 8 times now and I missed it. There should be, huh? Cassie said she made a little arrow mark with that photo pen. Oh, there you go. So Cassie used the Zig photo signature marker. So you could try that. Yeah, for sure. I wish I could, 6 rows down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my gosh. Mary J, what the heck is wrong with me? That is totally a clock. Okay, guys, there is a clock. 6th row down next to the sunglasses. That is a little clock. That's funny. Wow, how many times could I look at that and not see that? That's the ketchup phenomenon. That's the mom, we don't have any ketchup phenomenon. Tax return, yes. I would put a menu from, whoopsie, forgot the R. Porcupine. That's a restaurant that is near our house that we tend to frequent often. And so I put just, now they have a printed menu, but you know, I couldn't take it because it's all covered and everything, but I just printed out from the website and put that in there. I would put, because this is very specific to this point in time in my life, the 1 million miler letter from Delta. So on our way to Hawaii, this was kind of a really cool thing. The flight attendant came by, you know, and this is when they're doing all the beverages and everything. And he's like, would you like a beverage? And I said, yes, I would. I said, I would like to have a sparkling wine. He said, I was going to suggest that for you. And I'm like, oh, really? And I'm kind of laughing. And he goes, no, really, I was. And I said, why? And he said, well, you're celebrating something. And I'm like, I am? And he said, yes, you are. You probably got an email from us. And at first I'm like, I don't even know what he's talking about. And then I'm like, oh, yes, I do. On that flight, I hit 1 million miles with Delta. So I have been traveling in my career ever since my career started, way back in I don't know, maybe 1991, I guess. And mostly it's Delta because Salt Lake is a hub for Delta. So I just hit 1 million miles. But this is what was really cool. And this is like customer service for you. He knew. I didn't say anything on the manifest or whatever. It had said, hey, the person in row whatever just hit 1 million miler. And then he said to Nick, my husband, he said, and you just hit that a couple of months ago. So anyhow, that was kind of cool. But this very much, 1 million miler letter from Delta, that's very much like a kind of representative of kind of what things are like in my life. I travel a lot and with Delta, and that's what I put in there. That'd be another fun thing. Oh, I like that. Susan, I didn't have this, but I want to add this to my list. A grocery receipt, for sure. That kind of is like when we talk about, you know, a list of what's in your fridge, because it's very representative of a specific point in time, right? Because way back when, like when I was a new mom, when Nick and I were, you know, just starting to grow our family, the things on the list, grocery list back then would be very different. Diapers, formula, baby wipes, lots of milk. I mean, just different things, right? So it's very much representative. I love that one. Another thing I would put in there is I put in a few Layle by Mail products. Because you know what? That is very much kind of would be representative of kind of me and what's happening in my life, right? So your time capsule you get to decide whatever it would be. Even if you're not really making a time capsule here, we're kind of saying what would be in our time capsule. The last one, Nick helped me think of this one. Caesar salad dressing recipe. Because I don't cook. I do not cook. That is one of the very few things that I make. Nick does all the cooking in our house, but Caesar salad dressing recipe. That would be one thing that I would add there, because then that's kind of poking fun at me. All right, there's one other thing I want to do to this list. I have a little tiny bit of room right here, and I don't want to put a sticker. Normally I'd say, hey, let's put a word strip stamp there, a word strip there. I think I'd like to keep this pretty clean, so instead I am going to stamp a word strip here. And I am using the highlights word strip stamp. So let's see. This happened one of those days. No worries, that was hard. What it's all about. What it's all about would work. The here and now. I think the here and now. Or for the record, I think the here and now. I think the here and now will be really kind of representative of this type of list. So let's get out our little stamping block again and see. I just had it. Andrea, I love your suggestion. I just want to circle back to that for a second because sometimes people make suggestions and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's a great idea. I could totally do that. So I love it when you guys tell me or when you say, hey, could you do this? Or hey, what about this? Or hey, have you ever thought about that? I love that. So keep them coming. Thank you. Hopefully it didn't sound like I was discounting you. A really good example of that is, there we go, the here and now. A really good example of that, back in January when we first started work on the 2023 Listing with Layle idea book, all the lists from last year, I went into the Facebook group and I said, hey, you guys, we're starting to work on this. Are there any suggestions of something that you'd like to see in this idea book? And someone said, hey, it'd be really nice at the beginning on the list of lists where I list all the lists that we did for the year. She said, instead of putting the date of when the lists took place, how about if you put the page number of where we could find them in the book? And I'm like, oh my gosh, well, that makes a lot of sense. So we totally did. So I always love suggestions. I may not always be able to take your suggestion and do something with it, but I always love them. Suggestions are always welcome, as long as they are constructive. Like one time, and this is okay, you know what, people have their own opinion. One time a lady emailed me and said, hey, I have a suggestion. She said, do you think you could do your little videos, instead of like you just talking, could you just film them and do a voiceover? So they're not as long and I don't have to hear all the things that you're saying. And I'm like, no. I don't even think I responded. Or I think I probably said, oh, thanks for the suggestion. But like, no, I'm not going to do that. This is me creating and it's live stream and people that are here like it. And if you don't like it, well, I'm sorry. Thank you for the suggestion, but no. Then I'm not the right person for you, because this is all about us chatting and having fun and learning. And if I was just doing a voiceover and all this was sped up, well, then I don't think I'd have as much fun. And in this case, I can say it's all about me. Okay, all right, let's see. But I wasn't mean or anything. I just thought, oh, okay, well, thank you for the suggestion, but no. Thank you, but no. Okay, let's see. We're ready to put this guy in. And if you're doing any type of, I always say all of the lists that we do, we should always date our lists, but especially this list, because if I did this list in 20 years, what I'd put in a time capsule in 20 years, probably very different than what I'd put in a time capsule right now. Probably very different from what I would have put in a time capsule 20 years ago, right? So dating your things is super important because, as I said, all of the lists that we're doing are really mini time capsules in themselves. So date. Anne said, and we wouldn't have fun either. Cassie said, that kind of defeats the purpose of this whole video. It's all about socializing. And that's, you know what? That's how it all started, right? It all started at the very beginning of the pandemic when we were all starved for socializing. Actually, it all started because I was freaking out that first week because Monday the world shut down and then Wednesday we had an earthquake here in Utah. I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to do something to get my mind off things. And if I need something to get my mind off things, other people probably need something to get their mind off things too. And hey, I'm going to do a video about traveler's notebooks. And here we are 4 years later. Okay, friends, so there we go. There we go. And I know I didn't explain this, right? I didn't explain this at all. That's okay because in my mind, I kind of have this, we know what's going on here. I know kind of why this is here and how it ties together. I just want to give you one quick suggestion. And I'm going to grab, oh yes, grab this. One of the projects I've started doing this year, and I talked about this on social media yesterday. I've started doing, some people call it glue booking or some people call it junk journaling. Basically where you are just taking kind of junk. It could be magazines, it could be postcards, it could be stickers. So here's an example. These are things that I brought back from our Hawaii trip. This was just a little like, you know, tourist official visitors guidebook that you pick up in the airport for free or whatever. Different postcards and stickers and then some die cuts and things that I've added. But glue booking or junk journaling, they call it glue booking because basically you're just gluing things in. Another way to document, this is one of the ways I'm documenting my travels this year. So 2 different trips so far, one to LA, and I've just kind of added different things. But I bring this up right now because if I felt like I wanted to add something else in here, maybe a little explanation about this, I could do something like this. This is called a tip in. Here I tipped in, I'm tipping it into my Traveler's Notebook insert, and I did that with washi. So basically you just take washi, it goes halfway on whatever you're trying to tip in, and then halfway onto the insert, and then you do the same thing on the back side. So I've now added basically an extra page. So if I wanted to, I could add an extra page right there with a little bit of explanation kind of about what is happening on this side. All right, so you're not necessarily limited to just the pages that are in whatever you're using. And when it's a traveler's notebook, it's already bound. So you don't really have the opportunity to kind of like open something up and add more pages, but that's the way you could add another page, which I've done on a couple lists in the past. All right, friends, we have one more list. So I am going to start putting all these things away. But I'm going to start talking about our third list because it will need a little bit of explanation. Sometimes you guys give me suggestions on list topics, and I love that so much. We have been doing this for 4 years. I think we have about 400 some odd list topics that we've done over the last 4 years. And that's a lot. That's a lot of topics. I still have loads of ideas for list topics for us. I don't foresee us ever running out because I am very happy with this type of journaling, documenting, scrapbooking, whatever you want to call it, storytelling. It makes me happy. It's really easy for me because most of the time I'm just writing down the facts, right? So it's very easy and approachable, and I very much enjoy it. But you guys give me listing topics. So in my little handy dandy workbook here, I also have a little section on list ideas. And this just keeps going and going and going. As you guys give me list ideas, sometimes you guys will email me, sometimes you bring them up here and you pop them in the chat. One that happened a couple of weeks ago, hold on. Melissa, if you are here, Melissa Livingston, check email. When I saw you in November, I sent myself an email of your list suggestions and your daughter's list suggestions. So those are coming too. Where did it go? Well, it's in here somewhere. I was gonna mark it off. But Novena Marie, I think I got that right. Novena Marie, one of our last listing sessions said, "Hey, Layle, oh, this is what I was looking for. Look it, I knew it. I knew I had a heart. We're getting rid of this heart. I knew I had a heart that was that color. I thought I was up in the night. So I'm going to take this off very carefully. Okay, and now put that color, because now that color matches. The yellow was off. All right. Yes, so this was, I think Novena Marie. I think I have that right. If you're here, correct me if I am not right. Oh yes, much better. Okay, so the list that she suggested was top Google searches. Okay, so this came up a couple weeks ago. This came up a couple weeks ago as we were kind of wrapping up the end of the year, as we were doing our lists for 2020, for 2023. Wrapping up the year end, she said, hey, this would be really fun list to incorporate every year, kind of at the end of the year. It'd be a fun thing to look at what people are Googling and how those things change from year to year. I thought that's a great idea. I love it. We're going to do it. And so on Thursday, when I sat down to kind of start working on everything, that I was doing the blog post, I thought, well, you know what? I really should include a link so people could see what those top Google searches were. Oh my goodness. Let me tell you, there's about 5,000 different websites with top Google searches, and they're all different. They're all different. So the one recommendation I have is if you're doing this with me, whatever website that you pick to list what the Google searches were, go back to that same website next year. Otherwise, you're comparing apples to like Ford trucks. I mean, you're that far apart. I will tell you, and this is you'll get a chuckle out of this. This is how I realized this, because I started a list here and then went, oh, I'm not going to do that one. And then I started one over here, and then I'm like, oh, I'm not going to do that one. And then I ended up over here. Google actually will tell you that information. They have a whole page that tells you that information, but they break it out by category, like top news stories and news searches and top celebrity searches and top. So it really kind of dives in really specific. And I knew I didn't want that. That's how I had started. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Then I found another website and I wrote everything down, and I decided not to do this one because whatever website told me this, I will tell you, in the top 15, there were 3 adult websites, okay? And I knew that because number 3 was Pornhub. And I've never been there, but that pretty much tells you what that is. And then there were 2 others. I'm like, what is that? And I Googled it. I'm like, oh, no. I didn't see any pictures, but I knew right away what it was. And I'm like, you know what? That's just, I don't know. I'm going to dig a little deeper. And that was the only website that I found that had listed any of that type of topic in there. I'm like, you know what? I don't need any of that. So I found another one that was great because it was the top searched questions. And I thought, oh, that's perfect. I love that. The top searched questions. And I had that in there, and I had started writing everything down. And then I went back later and clicked on the website again to kind of finish my list. And a little thing popped up and said, oh, if you want to read this article, you need to pay and subscribe. I'm like, well, that's not going to work. So anyhow, all of that to say, if you Google, of course, if you Google the top searched terms or the top searched questions or whatever it is, you're going to find a whole bunch of different answers. And they're not all the same. So my word of advice, if you decide you want to do this list every year with me, always go to the same source. So you're comparing apples to apples. And again, you're not comparing apples to Ford trucks. So the list that I pulled from, I did include a link in the blog post for this session. You'll find that linked in the description box of the video. So that is what I'm going from. And next year when we do this list for top searched things in 2024, I will go back to that same website. So I'm comparing the same thing. All right. Let's see. Oh, Cassie, I like it. Cassie, that's another fun one. Okay, so guess what we're going to do, Cassie? Miss Cassie. We are now, next week, we're going to do 4 lists. Because list number 4 is going to be my most recent Google search, my most recent Google searches. Now, I will tell you, I will omit the 2x rated websites that I ended up searching for because I was trying to figure out what the heck those things were on the list. Okay, so those won't be in my search. And because this is just the weird kind of person I am, I'm like, Nick, my own laptop, my own password, he would never know. I'm like, just so you know, I Googled this, but I Googled it because I was trying, yeah, anyhow. But I love that. So what we're going to do today is we'll do kind of across the world or the US or whatever country for the searches for the year. And then the opposite page next week, we will do our most recent Google searches. And thank you, Cassie Friesen. Cassie's been awesome with list suggestions, list topics. Last year, the end of the last year, we did two. We did kind of my life in numbers. And then what was the other one, Cassie? I remember my life in numbers. And there was another one, but I love it when you guys give suggestions. All right, so here we go. My last list. Oh, I was going to put that there, but I think we'll do this. I think we'll do these two here. Both of these will be Google searches, but like we just talked about. So for this list, and now for probably both lists, I'm going to use Noteworthy. I'm going to use Noteworthy from Simple Stories. So also linked in the description box under the video what I'm using, just because I thought super generic, right? I mean, super generic, because we need something generic to do this list. Obviously we don't want to use, well, we could use spring paper or something like that, but I think we just want something totally generic. So this is Terry. Are you still here? Hi, Mary Chan. Nice to see you. Get to catch a live today. Wonderful. Terry, if you're still here, Terry always jokes about me and my use of yellow. Terry helped me realize early on through our Saturdays here that I really have a thing for yellow. I will show you something. Let me see. I already showed you the front cover. I already showed you the front cover of the Volume 2 Listing with Layle idea book that will come out March 22nd of this year, 2024. But I'm going to show you, I'll also show you the back cover. This is interesting. This back cover, these are images from some of our lists in 2023. Look at all the yellow on there. Look at how much I use yellow. And those were not picked because they all kind of go together. Isn't that crazy, Terry? Take a gander at that. That's the back cover of the idea book. Look at all of the, look, pretty much yellow, 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 yellow. I use yellow a lot. I like it. So guess what? I think that's maybe what I'm using for my background on this list. This guy. This is from Noteworthy. Okay, that's from Noteworthy. So I think, now keeping in mind, I'm going to have two lists. So I'll do the yellow here. And then you know what? Maybe next week I'll do? Next week, maybe I will do this little guy. Maybe the thumbtacks, because thumbtack kind of makes sense. Well, I don't know, like Google, I don't know, whatever. But those could go together, even though they're going to be two separate lists, they'll kind of coordinate. They'll coordinate, they won't match, but they'll coordinate. All right, so that will be the base of this. And then I think what we might just do, well, look, these are rub-ons. Rub-ons from Noteworthy. Oh, for the record could work. Noteworthy could work. So if I'm kind of thinking about this now from, okay. I'm gonna kind of think in my head, I'm kind of doing a double design. I'm designing in my head the list I'm doing today, and then also designing in my head the list I'm going to do next week. So next week, what if I include the top 5 things that I had most recently searched for on Google? Then I could use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this week I could do, yeah, I'll use something else that's on here. I'll just use something else on here. But for next week, I'm going to do that. So I need to make myself a little note in my handy dandy notebook here, or else I will forget. So this is going to be the right side of the page. I'll use the pink thumbtack. Thumbtack with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rub-ons from Noteworthy. And then that way I will remember. All right, so there we go. Let's keep some of these things out because we may end up adding some more things over here. For this list, I am going to work hello Google. Isn't that the prompt? Well, that could totally work, right? Hello Google. Hello Google. I think we could make that somehow work in there, right? If you have a Google little device, do you say hello Google or you say hey Google? I think you say hey Google, right? But hello could totally work, totally work. Which means I think I am going to work in some letter stickers on this one, letter stickers. So this list for today will be on the left side of the page. And because I am now like so deep into the insert, we're just about done with this insert. I'm going to work off of the page. So I'm going to create my entire list here. And then I will adhere it in when I'm done. It'll be a lot easier to do that. If you were to look at all of my past traveler's notebooks, you would probably start to see quite a bit the later I get in an insert that all the pages on the left-hand side, for the most part, are going to be something that has a background on it. So I can work on it here and then adhere it here. Adhere it here, adhere it here. All right, so to start out, we know that my base page is always 4 3/4 by 8. The reason it's 4 3/4 by 8, I am always using, I'd say 95% of the time, an 8.5 by, a 6 by 8 piece of paper, because I primarily use 6 by 8 paper pads because they're nice and small. They fit fairly well, my traveler's notebook inserts, and the scale is patterned down. Wow, the pattern is scaled down. Pattern is scaled down. So if I had this in a 12 by 12 piece of paper, I could still use it, but all those little envelopes would be much larger. Most manufacturers, when they're working with a paper pad, whether a 6 by 8 or a 6 by 6, they scale that pattern down because it's used in a smaller space, right? So I can see more of the pattern on my little piece. So that will be my base. I am going to round the outside corners, the top and bottom left, because this is a left facing page. Oh, guess what I'm going to do? I'm actually, at the same time, I'm going to get this other side just ready with this piece of paper, and I'll show you why. This one, I am also going to do 4 3/4 by 8. My inserts are standard wide, so they are 5 by 8.25. So it's already 8. Inserts 8.25, which means I have an extra 1/4 of an inch. That's why I trimmed this to 4 3/4 instead of 5. So I have that extra 1/4 of an inch in the width as well. So what I'm going to do, this will just set me up great for next week. Even though this is a 1-page list for today, it's kind of going to be a tour. It's kind of going to be a tour because, let me put this down. Other side is really fun too. I'm going to put this one down. I just don't want to forget this. And if I put this now, then I'll be good, because then I won't forget. That will go down. And then I'm going to take this. Gabby, this is Noteworthy from Simple Stories. It is linked in the description box of the video under what I'm using. Gabby, you did you? I think you did the 2024 year in review with me this year, right? I used some of these papers in that project kit. All right, so that, see what I just did? That was the piece that I cut off from that. And now they're totally gonna kind of go together. Even though there'll be 2 separate lists, they still have kind of a theme because they're all about Google, but by adding that extra piece right here, now it kind of makes them all gel a little bit more, right? Makes them gel a little bit more. Okay, but we're still gonna work on that off the page. We need our white cardstock here for the list. hello will fit. Let's find our alphabet stickers. So I am pulling out these. These are letter scramble stickers from Bella Boulevard. These I have on the website. There are 16 different colors, so they are sold separately, but they are also sold in a bundle where you get all 16, and then I think it's like 15% off if you get the bundle. So I think, look at this. Let's see. How would this work? This guy is Peep. The name of this color is Peep. So could I use Peep? And then it would kind of work with that. Oh, or I think, do I remember correctly? Is there a mint in here? No. Nope, not a mint. There is that kind of, that one's called Gulf, not mint. That's more teal. And that one is called Ice. Doodlebug has a mint. But I think we'll go with, that one. I'm sorry. I'm just, all these things were going through my head all of a sudden. As I was thinking about how I would use the letter stickers there. Because this is pretty big. My little hello Google. Oh wait, get that out of there. Get that out of there. This is pretty big. So let's get this ready. We'll get our little piece here. And I'll just, usually I think this is 7 1/4. It's usually 7 1/4 by 4. Let's see how close I am to that. I think that's usually what it is. 4 by 7 1/4. All right, so when I do my background, that piece is then usually 4 by 7 1/4. So then we get a nice border all the way around it. All right, let's get this guy ready. One thing I think I might do here is we're gonna go all in with the pink. So we're going with these letters. We're going with the hello, that brings in the pink, and then we have all this pink over here. I think that I'm gonna ink the edges of that white, just so it's not so stark. So let's get our little guy here. Gabby said it always looks different better when you create something. You know what? It's one of those things, like, it's like this to me, since I don't cook. You know, I can have a bunch of stuff in the fridge and I'm like, oh, there's nothing to eat. And then Nickel whips something up. I'm like, oh my goodness, it looks so good. I didn't think of that, just because I don't cook. So I maybe kind of like that. All right, so I'm looking for a pink, probably, I think maybe, spun sugar. Let's see. Well, you picked raspberry, but picked raspberry is that, but not that. Kitsch Flamingo. Ooh, let's do Kitsch Flamingo. All right, so what I'm going to do with this, is first find Kitsch Flamingo. Oh, where are you? Oh. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I need to grab something. I'm going to grab something, but I will show you. This is Lily and Denise, the dynamic duo, have been very busy. That's where Kitsch Flamingo is. I need to go grab it downstairs. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm back. I also found something else to show you. Another little sneak peek. Okay. Anyhow, they have been working on, they're putting together a make and take for me for a class that I am teaching at, Whoo, up and down the stairs. Let me have a quick sip of water. A make and take that I'm teaching in April for the 3 Craft Chicks retreat. So they've been stamping library cards for me. That's where Kitsch Flamingo was, downstairs. But I found something down there, not found, but I grabbed something down there that is another little sneak peek of something that you are going to see on Friday, March 22nd. It will hit the website. This. So some of you will look at that and know right away what that is. That's a typewriter, right? That typewriter is part of the In the News stamp set, but it's how that typewriter was cut out. How that typewriter was cut out. Guess what's coming on Friday, March 22nd? Metal dies. 3 metal dies and 3 sets of metal dies, although this isn't really a set, it's just one. Metal dies, 1 being the typewriter. So March 22nd, I have my samples. Don't have my delivery yet, but it'll be here by then. Die to do your little typewriter. So it's kind of fun. So Lily and Denise is a crafter, Lily is not, have become very familiar this week with die cutting, using a die cut machine. All right, okay, so now that I have Kitsch Flamingo, there's my ink. Oh, so many fun things. I can't even, you guys have no idea. You have no idea. So many fun things coming for the 22nd, our little 3-year anniversary. Okay. Jane said, just bought the bundle, love the colors. Those, I love them. I love them too. They're great colors and there's so many stickers on there. And there's fonts, right? Different fonts. 1, 2, 3, 4. So super versatile. All right, Kitsch Flamingo. We need that. That is the little dauber for, anytime I say that word, it makes me think of Pam Dauber from Mork and Mindy. Look at, there's spun sugar. Oh, I hate touching those because it gets a little ink all over my fingers. I do not like inky fingers. All right, so here we go. That's the little dauber for Kitsch Flamingo. I just pulled that out of one of my little products. It is storage for your little colored foam toppers, whatever you call those, foam blending tools. So you can see more about that on the website. It's always under the what I'm using link. All right, let's get those wipes out and clean that little inky off of our hands. Okay. All right. So what I like to do here, I am going to pick up a little ink. I am just, I put that on the little tool and I'm just a circular motion picking ink up onto that little foam blender, and I am going to ink my edges. And it is going to make them look like I matted them on a piece of pink cardstock. Right? It's just going to give that a little bit of definition because it's pretty stark white against that background. And so I want to just bring in a little bit of color. And I could have done that. Well, if I had done it in yellow, I could have done it in yellow, but I mean, then it really would have blended, right? Because then it's going on a yellow-ish background. I know, Terry, so sorry. Remember when I said that? She's like, please don't say it's that weekend. Terry said she'll be in Louisiana for a wedding, but making plans to be here for at least part of the day. Yes, friends, mark your calendars if you miss at the beginning. Big 4-year anniversary celebration, and it's actually a 4/5 year because it marks 5 years. April 1st, actually, no joke. April 1st marks 5 years that I quit my full-time job with Simple Stories and turned my side hustle into a full-time thing. So that is 5 years in April, but 4 years, the 3rd weekend in March. 4 years that we've been doing all our little things here on YouTube, which is kind of crazy. So that big celebration will start Friday morning, the 22nd at 8 a.m. Pacific time. The celebration will run through Sunday night, the 24th at 11:59 p.m. But on the 23rd, that Saturday, we'll do an all-day listing. Okay, lots of fun, lots of prizes, lots of giveaways, lots of reveals. I have so many new things to share So many brand new Layle by Mail products to share. Some of them are even here already. They're already here. And I can't show you yet. I'm just not going to show you. I actually did show one of the things in the latest segment of the Document Your Travels e-course. I just kind of shared a little peek of that the other day. All right, so I've got to figure out here I have to figure out how I am going to combine this hello with Google. So I am going to start out by, I kind of like those little staples. So those little staples are part of the rub-ons. And I bring that up because the first thing that I do when I open a package of rub-ons is I get out my stapler. So those are not my staples. That is actually a rub-on. The reason I get out my stapler, when you open your package of rub-ons, there are always at least two sheets. There is the rub-on sheet, or like the transfer sheet, and then there's a little protective sheet behind it. That protective sheet is really important. That's what makes it so that your little rub-on does not transfer until you're ready to transfer, right? If you think kind of like a tattoo, like little tattoos that we used to get from Cracker Jack boxes, and you'd have you'd put it on and you'd kind of get it wet and it would transfer off. You want those two pieces to stick together until you're ready to use them. That's why I staple. Now I have this little piece, okay? I pull off my little backer sheet. Well, not quite yet, because I need to figure out where I want to use this. Hello. Hello, Google. So this may end up being a little bit forced, right? Because I have to figure out how to work my title in with that, but we'll make it happen. I think I'm going to use this font up here at the top, because it most resembles that font with the serifs. So sometimes you hear the term a serif font or a sans serif font. These are little serifs, these little kind of hats or little feet, shoes on your letters. Those are little serifs, as opposed to this type of font. This is a sans serif font that is without your little hats or legs, okay? I'm sure there's another name for them, but you see this without little hats or legs. You see those with little hats, or hats and shoes, no hats and shoes. Serif, sans serif. So I am going to use this font up here because I think it most closely resembles that, because they both have hats and shoes. All right, so let's see. Google. I am going to take out my little metal ruler here. So that's a little 6-inch metal ruler. I use this quite a bit in my traveler's notebooks as I'm working. You saw me use this a couple times today as a ruler. I'm going to use it right now not as a ruler. I'm going to use it right now as a very sophisticated sticker centering device. Okay, sticker centering device. So I'm going to spell Google on my little ruler here. I'm using the horizontal line at the top to make sure that I'm lining all my letters up, because here I don't have any lines. So if I want my letters to be straight, I can use my little, the little line on the ruler to line those up. There's my little descender, Google, Google, Google. Well, we'll talk about this when we get to the number one on the list. Well, I'll just tell you right now. From the list I pulled from, and remember, there's a ton of different lists out there. It doesn't matter which list you use. It probably just matters that you use the same source from year to year. But several that I saw said that the most Googled word is, oh shoot, I just ripped off the bottom of that G, is the word you. And the theory is that the word you is the most Googled term because people are Googling YouTube. And they stop at you because that's what comes up right away when you type you, I guess. Actually, I'm going to wait to fix this. That's why I was trying to put that there. That makes no sense. I will fix that when I get over to here. Google. So yes, you, I think on my list that's what it is, or at least the list I ended up sticking with. Is it you? It is you. Yes, it is you. Now, what's quite interesting If you find a website that will let you use it and then go back to it again, that was my problem. The one I found when I tried to go back to it, then I had to subscribe and pay, which I wasn't about to do. It was very interesting to look up the questions people are asking, like some that I saw in there that were in the top ones. When do I get my tax return was one, a top one. When is the Super Bowl was a top one. I don't remember what else was on there, but anyhow. All right. Hello, Google. Hello, Google. So let's see. Hello, Google. What if I do this and then, oh yeah, I'm gonna like that. That's going to work. Now you're thinking, Layle, what does hello, Google have to do anything? I'll get that part in later, okay? I'll get that part in later. Layle, you sound like Brick on the Middle. He loved fonts. I missed that show. Wanda, what is, I don't know what the middle is or who Brick is. I don't know what that is. I don't know what it is. Tell me, tell me. Tell me, tell me. I know, Wanda, time flies. Isn't that crazy? I know, 4 years. All right, so now what I'm going to do with this little hello, I am going to remove the little backer, and we'd like it to be about right here. Now, there's a couple important things to know when you're working with rub-ons. Rub-ons were really popular years ago when I first started scrapbooking. Like, I've been scrapbooking for documenting story, all of this, just scrapbooking, right? Whatever you want to call it, scrapbooking. Probably 27 years ago. So rub-ons were really popular for a long time, and then they kind of faded out of the market. In the last year or two, they've kind of come back in. A couple of important things to know when you're working with rub-ons. I already shared one of my biggest tips with you is when you open them, staple the two sheets together. Okay, that's a big one. Number two, once you put it down, do not try to move it. Because it's sticky on the back. If I try to move this right now, part of it's going to stick and part of it won't. It'll make a giant mess. So, and once it's down, don't move it, even if you need to, like, I'll show you what I mean. The Simple Stories rub-ons have a little popsicle stick. There's two main companies. I know Tim Holtz does some, but I don't really see those too often. So I'd say Simple Stories, 49 and Market is who we're primarily seeing do rub-ons these days. This is the little 49 and Market stick. This is the little popsicle stick in the Simple Stories. You just need something blunt, okay? So I am going to hold, and I am not going to move my fingers. I want my fingers at some point to always be holding this in place, right? I always want to be holding it in place. So I'm holding over here, and I am just starting to take my little popsicle stick and rub that across that surface, all right? I'm gonna come over here, and I can't really tell if anything's happening. I'm like, well, I don't know, is it working? I don't know what's going on. But I just kind of do this, rub, all over this little rub-on sheet. See how I'm still holding tight over here? Even as I'm moving, I'm still holding tight. I want to keep holding tight. I never really want to let go. Even if I'm moving over here and rotating like this, I always want to be holding that because I don't want that rub-on to move. If it moves even a little bit, it will shift, and then I'll end up with white, because that's what's underneath my base. There'll be a little white kind of break in that pattern, which I don't want. Okay, so always holding tight. And I'm like, I think that's good. I don't know. The last thing I want to do right now is just kind of start lifting it up. If I lift it up, I'm done. I have no chance to reposition it and to keep it in the right place. The reason why that's important, I don't really know yet if I have that entire rub-on transferred. I could have part of it transferred, but part of it could still be on that transfer sheet. So I put my fingers back down again. I'm grabbing my little tweezers. So I am lifting up with my tweezers. You don't have to have tweezers. You could use your little fingers. I just find it a little bit easier with tweezers. And I want to gently start pulling that back. Okay, so I can see, it looks good. I can see everything is transferred. And then I go, oopsie, look, I see there's a little part right there that didn't transfer. As long as I'm still holding in the same place, I can lay that back down again and go, oh, let's see, is that better? Did I get that transferred over now? I sure did. So as long as I'm still holding in the same place, that lets me continue to go back and place it right down where it was if there was any part of that rub-on that did not transfer. But it all looks good, so there we go. Beauty of a rub-on. when all is said and done, it looks like it was printed on the paper. It looks like it's part of the paper, right? Because there's no white border around it. Usually with a sticker or the die cut, we're used to seeing a white border around something so we can tell that we like attached it, right? Kind of like this. This guy, look at, there's a white border around that. We know that's a die cut. It definitely wasn't printed on my photo. But this guy, you're like, oh, I don't know. Was that printed on there? Or what did she do? It was kind of fancy, right? So there we go. Rub-ons, they're awesome. They're awesome to use. They're fun to play with. As long as you know a couple things like we just went over, then you're good, right? Like anything, as long as you kind of know some of the, not pitfalls, but some of the things to watch for. Here's the next thing. So I said this was a very sophisticated sticker centering tool, right? It's not, it's a ruler. What it lets me do though, I can now decide anywhere I want my photo, or excuse me, my title. It could go here. It could go down here. It could go here. This is the greatest way for me to center and get exactly where I want it because it's not sticking anywhere. It's just sticking to the ruler. So as I kind of move that around and go, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty centered. I didn't have to do any measuring. I didn't have to figure out start in the center, work left, right. Oh, but these are thicker than that, so I have to account for that in the center. I just add them to my ruler. Once I decide where I want them to go, I press down on the tops and gently just kind of roll that little ruler out. So you can do that with any ruler. I generally do it with my little 6-inch ruler just because it's smaller. I'm working in a smaller space. You just need it to be thin. Like you can't use your 1/8-inch acrylic ruler. Well, you probably could, but it probably wouldn't work as well. All right, probably wouldn't work as well. All right, now I need to fix that little G that I tore off. So Karen said I hardly ever Google. So you know what? She probably wouldn't do the list we're going to do next week. She might do this list with us today. These are the most often just Googled things according to the world of search, I guess. Next week we'll do our most, I'll do probably like my last 5. All right, there we go. That's fixed. Here's an interesting thing. YouTube is the most common search engine, second only to Google. Did you know that? So think about that. Search engine, people are going to YouTube to find out how to do anything, right? How to change a tire, how to tie a tie, how to use mixed media, whatever it is. That is Google, or excuse me, YouTube is second most popular search engine, second only to Google. I said that right. You know what I meant. All right. So now I feel like I need to now use my ruler as a ruler and make my little separator line here. Make my little separator line. I'm curious, you guys, if you've been listening with me, if you are listening with me, would you say that the majority of your lists have photos or don't have photos? I'm just curious. Just curious. There we go. Hello, Google. Now, I'm going to figure out how, okay, let me just try something here. What if we took I need like a label sticker. Let's see if we have a label sticker in Noteworthy. We'll look at the back. We do have some, oh yeah, look at all those label stickers. So I'm thinking if maybe I put the rest of the title on a label sticker. Let's look where we'd find those. All right. Oh, that would have been fun. Oh, hey, wait a minute. What if we took one of these little guys? What if we took like a pink? Oh no, this is where we can get our mint in. What if we do this? What if this little guy, this little clip sticker is like clipping this to here. There, it's like clipping our little paper to the thing. That was not where I was headed, but always things we can add, right? All right, little labels here. So what if this guy went down here? Maybe like that? Sure, let's just do it. And then I will write the rest of my title right there. And that is going to say, oh, before I get too far, hang on. Oh, drink some water. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Hydration break. Hydration break. Debbie said, only my About last month has photos. Wanda said about 50-50 of my list have photos. Debbie said yes. Only last month. Okay, friends, other people pipe in. I'm just curious. And I will tell you why I'm curious, because as we were working on the index for the newest idea book, there is an item in the index that says lists with photos. As we were putting all those page numbers in, I realized the lists that I did in 2023, not a lot of them have photos, which I think is interesting. And so I started thinking about why. I'm like, why is that? I think sometimes feeling like we have to have a photo or feeling like we have to have the right photo for a list totally stops us dead in our tracks, right? Let's take, for example, this. If you did this list with me, time capsule, and you've never done a time capsule, and you don't happen to have a photo of a kid from 2008 that did a time capsule in your life, that might prevent you from doing this list if you thought you had to have a photo. Or maybe you knew you had a photo, but you couldn't find it, and that would maybe prevent you from doing that list. I think sometimes that's why I don't use a photo, is because I don't have a photo, or I can't find a photo, or honestly, sometimes I don't want to take the time to have to find the photo, figure out the perfect photo, edit it, print it, and work it all in. So I think that's one of the things that makes kind of the creative listing so approachable, is you don't have to have a photo. But the other thing is, if you want to have photos, it doesn't have to be your own photo, okay? You don't have to use your own photos. An example that I use every year when I talk about the December Daily, the mini book project that I've done for 16 years, that if maybe I want to tell a story in my December Daily of my grandmother and her famous fruitcake. Well, maybe I don't have a photo of my grandmother's fruitcake. Doesn't mean I can't have a photo. Maybe I want to put a photo in there. I can just go to Google. I can find a picture of any stinking fruitcake and print it out and put it in my project. And then I could tell the story of how my grandma loved to make fruitcake. And maybe I put a photo in there of my actual grandma, because I do have a photo of her, right? But I don't have to always have photos that are mine in order to use photos. So those are just some of the things I was thinking of as it came to photos, as I was looking at the idea book from the idea book that's coming later this month, and why there are not a ton of lists with photos. Okay, so this list is, what did I call this? Because I ended up calling it quite a few different things based on the different lists I was looking at. These are look at what a mess this list ended up being. Top Google searches. So we're going to say top Google searches in 23. All right, that looks like 26, 23, because I ran into there we go. I ran into that little thing right there. All right, there we go. Hello, Google. Top Google searches 2023. See, I told you we'd figure out how to work that title in, because we like that. Hello, Google. All right, so there are 25. I pulled the top 25. So what if I do this? I don't want to do all 25 like this, because I'll have to write too small. And I don't really want to do kind of a run-on list, because then it's not really representative of like top, like these are the top and then these are the rest. So I think what I will do, I think I'm going to draw a vertical line. Oh, I know what I need. I need to find the center of that. I need to find the center. And there's a really easy way to find the center. This is, well, okay. Anyhow, that's 4 inches wide. So now that I measure that, it's really easy to find the center, right? We know that the center is 2. Let's pretend that we were trying to find the center of this piece. Okay, no. What about the center of this piece? Okay. Well, anyhow, I'm going to just do something really quick. I'm going to cut this off and then this will make a lot more sense. Because I keep ending up with really easy, even numbers that are easy to find the center of. All right, here we go. So let's say I'm doing something with this piece of paper. You guys, it is so gray outside right now. Like the storm is like any minute. Like it is dark, dark, dark gray. It's crazy outside all of a sudden. All right, so I'm like, oh shoot, I need to know what the center of this is because I want to draw maybe a line down the center, but I don't know where the center is. And when I measure and I go, oh, 7 3/4. What the heck is half of 7 3/4? I'm like, I don't even know. How am I gonna figure that out? So if I have a special ruler, it's very easy to find. This is a 0 centering ruler. So you'll notice there's numbers across the top and there's numbers across the bottom. Across the top, we have 0 to 12. And by the way, the 0 to 12 are broken out into and marked the 16th of an inch. So if somebody said, hey, I need you to make a piece of paper for me that is 6 13/16, you'd go, oh, look, there's 13/16. You know, right, that where that is. So top is a regular ruler, but marked down to the 16th of an inch. The bottom looks a little bit different. The bottom, instead of having a 6 in the center, has a 0 in the center. 0 to 6 on the left and 0 to 6 on the right. That bottom part is a 0 centering ruler. So 0 centering ruler. If I want to find the center of something, all I do is lay this down and figure out where the same number is on the left and the right. And that is going to take me to 3 7/8. So here is 3 7/8 and over here is 3 7/8. Now I know that that is the center of my page, okay? Karen, I knew you were going to come out with that. Karen is very smart. Karen always knows her measurements. Yes, if we didn't know that half of whatever that was 3 7/8, that's where your 0 centering ruler comes into play. They're available in 12-inch and in 6-inch. And they actually come, they don't come pink. They come white because they're just etched. And just like the pencil board, if you were with me earlier when I talked about coloring the pencil board, I just take a little bit of acrylic paint and finger paint that on and then dry wipe with a paper towel. And then all that ink deposits in all of the the etched parts. All right, but I don't need to worry about what the center is here. Well, I do, but it's really easy to figure out because that piece is 4 inches wide. So guess what half of 4 is? We all pretty much can figure out that. We don't need a special ruler to help us with that. Although sometimes, right, math and paper crafting or scrapbooking or listing or whatever we're doing, we're like, yeah, I don't want to have to figure that out. There's my half. So I'm thinking if I do this like this, then I can put half of my list on one side and half of my list on the other, like that. Now, I am not going to, I have number stamps, okay? I could do 1 through 13 over here and then 14 through 25 over here, but then I really don't have number stamps that are 2 digits, so I'd have to do then 1 1, 1 2, and that would take forever. So I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do, I'm just going to write the number, okay? I'm going to write the number. So we'll start with number 1. I better do this first though. 2. Oh, I am 3, 4. I'm not going to be happy here. 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm trying to make them a little bit further spread apart. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That means I'm going to end up with a word strip sticker along there. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I'm trying to make them look as even as possible. 22, 23, 24, and 25. All right, there we go. Okay, so on my list, and I had written these down earlier, as I mentioned, the first top Google search from the website, again, that I found. You probably find something totally different if you look at another website. So important thing is, if you're going to do this list again next year, go back to the same source. The first one is you. And people figured that's because people were typing in YouTube, and that's why it was you. The second one is weather. If you're wondering what list that I pulled these from, it is linked in on the blog post. And the blog post for today you'll find in the description box of the video down below. Interestingly enough, I don't really understand this. Google. Why do you Google? I don't know. Amazon. Again, I also don't know why you Google Amazon, because wouldn't you just like type in Amazon? I don't know. YouTube. Next up, we have news. Next up, we have Facebook. Then we have Reddit. Then we have Walmart and NFL and Translate. Do you ever use that? You ever use Google Translate if you want to translate something? Or do you ever use like conversion? Like sometimes if I need to convert centimeters, don't go there, Karen. If I'm converting centimeters to inches, or I don't know, liters to gallons, or I don't know, whatever. Or Karen, you know, I'm totally teasing your friend. Or currency. Sometimes like Canadian dollar to the US dollar, or the euro to the US dollar, or maybe the pound to the euro or something like that. I use that a lot, the dollar conversion. Okay, so translate. People. I don't know, People was just one. So I don't know, is that like People Magazine, or the next one is Apple. Calculator. NBA. Then we have Wordle. Wordle. Then you have, what the heck does that say? What in the world, Layle, does that say? I think that says Yahoo. It does. Yahoo. I don't have Yahoo over here. Yep, that said Yahoo. Again, I don't know why you don't just go to Yahoo, but I don't know. Gmail. Again, I don't know. Instagram. Target. Flights. Home Depot. Netflix. Twitter. And number 25 is Costco. So I'm curious, friends, anything on there that was surprising to you? Is there anything on there that is surprising? Like you're like, oh my gosh, so odd that Home Depot is on there in the top 25. I don't know. Just curious if there's anything on there that might be surprising to you. I'm now going to make this list. Oh, I'm going to stop right about here, I think, though. Put my little divider right there. Okay. And then I need to look for a word strip sticker. Anything surprising? Or is there something that you thought would be on here that isn't? One of the things I mentioned earlier, where is my, oh, here it is. One of the things I mentioned earlier was depending on what you search for, you'll find, you'll find different things. All about search, right? But if you search for most frequently asked questions, that was a really interesting one. So it's just kind of a fun exercise to even just Google and see what, what comes up as the most frequently asked things. What else did I have? So it was interesting. Also, if you went, Google had a page, but it was a little bit harder to dissect because they did it by topic. So like the top news related searches and the top entertainment related searches, the top sports related searches. Interestingly enough, the number one news related search in 2023 was the war in Israel and Gaza, followed by the Titanic submarine, followed by 3 hurricanes. Hurricane Hillary for number 3, Hurricane Idalia for number 4, and Hurricane Lee for number 5. I just thought that was kind of interesting. Because that's what I had started with, and then I'm like, wait a minute, these are all news stories. And then I looked closer and I'm like, oh, that's because these are just the top news searches. All right, so let's see, maybe a snarky. We'll look. I pulled out two different sticker books here. Small Talk and Small Talk Snarky. These are white. I don't know. Let's see if we want white or black. These are word strip stickers. I always tell you, if you feel like something's missing, the answer is a word strip sticker. This is going to totally change the way this looks by putting a word strip sticker right there in that space. No one cares. I mean, that could be, right? Let's see. I wish more people were fluent in silence. I've got a good heart, but this mouth. These are snarkies, right? The sarcasm is strong with this one. This is a cup of care. Oh, look, it's empty. I mean, that's kind of who cares, but it's just kind of a list, right? I have absolutely no desire to fit in. Relax, we're all crazy. It's not a competition. I am silently correcting your grammar. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Anyhow, if you I miss you like an idiot misses the point. They're just kind of funny, right? They're snarky. I'm not arguing. I'm explaining why I'm right. All right, so let's look at the regular small talk, not the snarkies, and see if we find something in here that would work. It's all perspective. That would work. Love with all your heart. Always take the scenic route. So these kind of don't really work, but we'll find something, right? Trust your crazy ideas. What seems ordinary is often the extraordinary. I mean, that could work. Let's see what happens with this. Now, I already know this is not going to work. The reason that's not going to work, it is way too wide. It's the full width of the page. So I could either look for something else, or I could try to cut it. Let's see what happens here. What seems ordinary is often extraordinary. So if you are cutting like this, you kind of want to cut where maybe you would pause, or maybe where you would think to put a comma. You wouldn't put a comma here, but I would not cut this to say what seems ordinary is, or what seems ordinary is often the, or what seems ordinary is often the extraordinary. I'd try to cut them or split it where it kind of made sense. So that's what I've done here. What seems ordinary is often the extraordinary. Okay, there we go. So that works because it fills up the space. And in fact, I think I'm maybe going to make it just go a little bit higher. It fills up the space, but to me, it would not work. Let's just say that said something other than what seems ordinary. That would not work if it was just that, because it is the width of that little tab. The whole thing I'm trying to do here is trying to fill up some of this blank space. So I want to have something that's a little bit wider, and then this kind of fits the bill. What seems ordinary is often the extraordinary. All right, so a little crooked. Let's fix that. That now has filled in that space for me nicely. All right. I don't necessarily need to date this. I could put that it was March that I did this, but I have 2023 on there, so I feel like I'm kind of good. All right, let's go ahead and put this into our little insert here. So what we want to do, I need to pull out that same double-sided tape, or the score tape that I was using before. I need to do that because I have the same problem I need to solve here as I did when I added that photo. Because I have so much movement going here, if I don't attach some really strong adhesive along this edge, that is just gonna sit straight up in the air like that. Whatever it is, it will not stick unless I use some really strong adhesive. So that's what I'm using here, that double-sided tape. I'm in here and just right as close to the edge. Well, I didn't get it as close as I would like, but I'm going too fast. So I want to get it fairly close to the edge. Now, I don't need to now do this on the rest. I could use my regular adhesive on the rest, but I just am doing it on here while I have it out. And we'll just add a little bit more there in the center. I definitely want to add more than the center. I don't just want to use the adhesive around the border, because that's going to create like an air pocket in the center, and I don't want an air pocket in there. Don't want an air pocket. Let's see. Money values. Wanda, so you mean like currency? Different countries' currency? Um, Karen said, no, I'm not. It's called college to get that far. Right. You're engineer, right? Right? Is that right, Karen? Oh, another conversion, a program called convert.exe. There you go. Carla said, I love the snarky sticker books. I know they're fun, right? Fun, right? Linda said, hello, Linda May. I guess the snow is here again. Linda May. Where are you today, Linda? Linda May? Utah. Yeah, are you in Utah? I mean, I know that you're normally in Utah, but are you in Utah today? Why aren't I using the sticky tape trick? Deborah, great question. Great question, Deborah. So I'm going to get this adhered, and then I'll kind of demonstrate what Deborah's talking about, and then we'll call it a day. So let me just get this down here. So I've already done part of this list now for next week, because next week, the first list that we will do will be like my most recent Google searches, and those will be for me. All right. Okay. So what Deborah was saying, she said, Logan. Okay. So you have Linda May. So we're just a little bit. I think we're just barely. We probably haven't quite hit the storm yet, because it's just a little bit starting to snow, just a tiny, tiny bit. Beatrice said, shouldn't the year be 2024? So Beatrice, great question. This I Googled. I wanted to know what the top search terms were for 2023 for the entire year. So this is a list that I will start doing every year. And I will do the next version in January of 2025. And that will be all of the most common search terms for 2024. So I will be looking at it year by year. We're just late in doing it this year because somebody suggested it a couple weeks ago. And I thought, hey, that's a good idea. All right. So, but great question, Deborah. So Deborah just asked a question, and this is the last thing that we'll do, and then we'll wrap up. She said, Layle, why aren't you using the sticky tape trick? So in my in my mini book classes, this is something that I usually cover. If I am making let me see here. I'm going to take this piece of paper. Let me just cut this. And let's pretend that I am making a pocket on this. Da, 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 da. Okay, let's pretend that I am making a pocket. Let me just trim this off because that'll just bug the heck out of me. All right, so let's pretend I'm making a pocket. And I have to make this look real. All right, I'm making a pocket that I want to put something in. And so I'm adhering this piece of paper to this. And because it's a pocket, I will be pulling things in and out of it. So I want it to be pretty secure. That is when I would use my double-sided tape or my score tape like this. So I am adhering that to the sides and the bottom. And then once I do this, Deborah, then I'll answer your question why I didn't do that on the other one. So, you know what? We are having a thunder snowstorm. A thunder snowstorm. So it is snowing and it is thundering outside. That is pretty unusual. Normally, what I think you see people do, and what I did on my list, I just took all of that little protective covering off. The reason I did that is because I was attaching everything on there, not just part like this. So I'm attaching part of it to have a pocket. So rather than pulling all that off, this is super sticky adhesive. And basically, once I pull all those little protective parts off, I've basically got one shot to get it straight. If I don't get it straight, too bad, so sad, because it's down. It's that strong. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just reveal part of that sticky, okay? So you'll see I have revealed part, and I have left these little kind of tabs. These little guys are all pointing outwards. So now I can take this piece and I can look, I am like putting that down. There is no way I would be able to do that and move it around if all of the sticky was off. By just revealing a little bit, that lets me move it around until I get it exactly where I need it to go, like that. And then I press down, and then my little tabs here, I pull on them, and then that now makes it sticky everywhere. So the reason I couldn't do that on this list is because of the center. I needed to have adhesive in the center. And so if I had tried to do that with adhesive in the center, it wouldn't work, because as soon as I stuck it down, my adhesive would be in the center, it would be sticking. So that's why I didn't do it there. But on something like this, when I'm creating a pocket, there you go, okay? So that made it a lot easier for me to be able to kind of, there's a little bit, gives me a little bit of a fudge factor there, right? So I can kind of move things around a little bit until I get it exactly where it needs to be, and then I commit and I'm good. A thunder snowstorm. I hope Nick comes back soon. He went to go see his mom, and he's going over a couple of mountain passes to do that. It's only like an hour away, but all right, I'm gonna turn off the, I don't like, it's so funny. I'm gonna just close the blinds a little bit because any neighbors, well, all my neighbors either know what I'm doing or they're like, what the heck is she doing? Because it's so dark out right now that you can totally see everything I'm doing in here. All right, I am going to rotate the camera, friends, so hang tight. Can you hear that? That's pretty cool. Okay, friends, so there you have it. Oh, I don't know, I don't remember if I kind of shared that last one. I'll do this. That is the first half of the list we did today. We'll do the second half next week, and that will be like my own top 5, like either my last Google searches or maybe my top 5, like if there are things I'm constantly Googling, I would put there. So that was our last list. Let's look at these other two. We started with this one. This is about last month for the month of February. And then this one, the time capsule list. If I was making a time capsule, this is what would be in my time capsule. And if you missed that whole thing when I was crying, that is Jack, our oldest son, who's 26. And that was a time capsule he made in 2008. All right. Okay, friends. So there we go. We will be listing again we will not be listing again next weekend. I'll be out of town. So we're not listing on Saturday, March 9th, 2024. We will be listing again on Saturday, March 17th. Saturday, March 16th, just looking at the calendar. And then save the dates. March 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. 22nd, 8 a.m. Pacific time. Big celebration starts. Big. You'll see lots of new products that you've never seen before. My products, Layle by Mail products, including this guy, including the brand new 2023. This is the second idea book, volume 2. This just got uploaded to the printer yesterday. Very excited about that. Plus lots of other new products, Layle by Mail exclusives you haven't seen before. All day Saturday, the 23rd, we'll do an all day listing session, okay? That's where we'll do a morning session, we'll break for an hour, and then we'll do an afternoon session. So we'll be listing probably 7 or 8 hours that day. Lots of fun. And then all the festivities will wrap up 11:59 p.m. on Sunday, the 24th, okay? We're not listing all those hours, that's just the festivities. So stay tuned for the week of the 18th. That's when you'll start seeing emails go out about those festivities with more details. Okay, friends, okay. Let's see, I'm glad you guys enjoyed that tip. That little tip is from my friend Joey at Photoplay. That's something that she taught me years ago, and I thought was just brilliant. So I love sharing that tip with people. Let's see. Sarah said, makes my rain seem, I love that. Makes my rain seem very pedestrian. Yes, a thunder snowstorm. I think that's what they call it, a thunder snowstorm. All right, friends. All right. I think that's all. I think I'm going to do a What's New Wednesday, but on Tuesday this week, okay? That would be on the 5th. That'd be on March 5th. So stay tuned for that, because I'll be out of town on Wednesday. I hope you enjoyed today. I certainly did. I can't tell you how much I get out of these things, you guys. I don't know. It's fun and it's crafting for me, and it's crafting for the purpose of just crafting and not designing, not part of my business, not part of my job. It just gives me an opportunity to play. And this is the only place that I usually give myself that opportunity to play. So thank you for letting me do that. Remember to leave a comment on the video when it's over. Giveaways. We didn't talk about giveaways. Well, let's do this. Let's have one. Well, this is easy. 2 stamp sets used today. On the first list, we used the 2024 about last month. That will be one of the giveaways. And on my time capsule list, I used Reggie Alpha stamp set. So those will be two giveaways for today. Leave a comment on the video when it's over, between as soon as it ends and the morning of the 16th. The morning of the 16th, before we start, I will draw 2 random lucky winners from those comments. So do that and you'll have an opportunity to win. Otherwise, I will see you guys, if not the 5th, for What's New Wednesday, but on a Tuesday, then I will see you hopefully back here again. Sorry, I keep looking over there, calendar on the wall. I will see you guys back here again, hopefully on Saturday, March 16th, 2024. Thanks for watching, friends. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And guess what? Something really important. Remember, be kind. One thing, just one thing today, one thing this week. If you can find it in yourself to do one thing every day, super simple. Doesn't have to be big. Smile at someone, pay someone a compliment, pick up something that someone left on the floor, right? People don't even know that you do that for them. Just do something kind. And I'm trying to get all of us to do something kind every day. If it's just one little thing every day, I think we can make a big difference. Okay, so do something kind, just once, just for me. Thanks for watching, friends. Bye. Bye. Oh, YouTube changed. It's now over here. Totally gets me off. It's over here. Bye. Oh my gosh. See, I can't hit it without